Hello everyone and welcome back to another Kerbal Space Program live stream. We are back at it today, and this mission we are launching another satellite. So again, we are trying to save up a ton of money. And the way we're doing that is by taking on contracts to put satellites in orbit. So this is our contract. We need to put a satellite into orbit in a 23.9 degree inclination. With a longitude of the ascending node being right above me, which is good. So we're going to take off right now. And we need to push east and north. So we'll probably push along a 45-degree angle here to get that required inclination. You can watch our inclination going up. There we go. Alright, boosters are separated in a way. Trying to keep the rocket from spinning out of control. There we go. 23.9, there we go. So right about there is 23.9. Oh, we are going to have to make a plane change maneuver, so it doesn't really matter. You can just go ahead and flatten it. Let's ditch the payload fairing. And we just have our upper stage. This is our satellite that we're taking up. And I'm just going to go ahead and burn for not just orbital insertion, but actually try and get us all the way out there. So just stay prograde, basically. Keep that burn up. We're almost out on our core stage. Core stage is coming up on depletion. Engine cutoff, secondary stage ignition. This upper stage here will push the rocket the rest of the way into this geosynchronous orbit. I'm going to burn radial in here. Partially radial in because I want to kind of nudge the orbit over a little bit. You can see I'm pushing my apoapsis over here towards my periapsis by burning radial in. Alright, let's throttle down to 1/3 throttle. Just need another 1,000,000 meters. Okay, that'll do. Now, I want to wait until the rocket is right about there. Alright, time to go radial down. So we're going to point south. Fire the engines. Now we're at the ascending node, which means by pushing south, I'm pushing the plane of my orbit down into alignment with the final orbit here. That should be good enough. Pigs Peacoop. We're gonna go with Pigs Peacoop. Welcome to the live stream, my friend. Hello. We are getting a satellite into orbit. Somewhat successfully, I would say. We haven't had too many issues yet. We have 433 meters per second delta V. Which I might have bungled this, and that might not be enough. But we'll see. We'll see what we can do with it. So we're going to time warp up to Apoapsis. Alright, so here we are at Apoapsis. And we're just going to burn for all we're worth. Oh, overtime warped. I need to make one more adjustment burn here. There we go. No, I'm out of fuel in this stage. That's okay, because my satellite itself does in fact have fuel. Right? There we go. There we go. I figured it out. Don't worry, everyone. I figured it out. That's orbit. Let's go ahead and deploy the relay antenna on this guy. And let's conduct some material science. Way up here. Space high over Kerbin. Yep, we'll transmit that. Oh, we ran out of electric charge. Shoots. I guess that does take a lot of electricity. Let's try temperature. Oh, we've already got that one. Oh, well. Alright, we should have packed some more batteries on. But it's fine. We completed the contract. We have our satellite. It's in orbit. It's operational. It's great. Moving on to our next contract. That was almost 100,000. It's 80,000, okay. Test the flea booster at the launch site. We could, but yeah, whatever. Position a satellite in a synchronous orbit of Midmas. Now this one is interesting. Mystery goo unit. Yeah, let's do this one. That pays out the most right now. We haven't sent anything to Midmas yet, which means any science we do get from it will be highly desirable. I like it. Let's go for it. For starters, let's get our electrical situation down. And then get these a little lower. There we go. Nice. Okay, so that should be plenty of electricity to do stuff. Actual science experiments. Not that many. We just need 1, 2. And I'm going to put 2 on the bottom of this bad boy. Yeah. Okay. Thermal, no real need. Comms, we've got the best comms antennas we have. Alright, so this one has 500 million meters, 158, 158. So yeah, this one's our best high gain antenna for sure, as far as absolute range goes. Now we just need to worry about the launch vehicle. We could... Nah, it's probably fine. I say we launch it. Minsat 1. Let's just launch it. I think it'll be fine. I don't think it's going to have any issues. As far as Delta V goes, like, that rocket is kind of overbuilt for the missions we've been sending it on. Let's start by getting this into orbit, and we'll go from there. Alright, we're up. Throttling down on that first stage, the core stage, letting the boosters lift. Just letting my core engine here control the rocket, vice propel the rocket. The boosters are doing all the propelling. Okay, boosters have separated. Throttled back up our first stage. Okay, let's go ahead and send that off and deploy the high gain antenna. Let's burn a little bit below the horizon. Try and really get our speed up here. There we go. Beautiful. Alright. Let's just burn prograde. Alright. First stage has been completely expended, and we are now separating from it. What we can do now is coast for a little bit as we come up to apoapsis again. Light our second stage now that we're at apoapsis. This one will get us the rest of the way into orbit and get us out to Minmus. At least that's the goal. Okay. So that's orbit. Let's take a look at Minmus here. So, one, just want to make sure we're generating power on the revolutions here, which we should be. Yeah, we are. Okay, so I'm not worried about power generation. Now I'm just worried about getting... into Minmus orbit. So we're going to let time fly a little bit. Right there. That should be it. That should be it right there. So I'm going to do a maneuver node. Right. Oh, can't do a maneuver. Control is locked. Alright, let's get back in range of a station. There we go. Alright, we're going to add a maneuver to our rocket. And that gets us to Mimus right there. Alright, let's look at our Mimus periapsis. That's probably good right there. I like that. 900 meters per second delta V. Less than half of our total delta V available to us in this stage, which is awesome. Burn time is 51 seconds. The burn mode will be in 1 minute 20 seconds. So I want to split this burn up roughly 30 seconds before the burn node, 20 seconds after the burn node. That's the general split I want to go for here. So we're going to let time carry us in. All right, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, full throttle. Commencing burn. Oh, we're out of comms range with this thing. Man, what about my satellites? Ain't I got comm satellites up there? Should be giving me coverage. Isn't that why I put those up there in the first place? There we go. Now we've got signal, so I can pilot now. Seventy kilometer periapsis at Mimis is good enough for sure. So there we go. And our signal beams are getting a little weaker as we come out here, but for the most part, they're hanging in. Wait, why did I miss? How did I miss? What? Okay, hold on. Dirty maneuver time. We're gonna do like a straight linear intercept course. The cool thing about being so far out of a gravity well is that you can start just doing like intercepts the way you would think about them on Earth. Because you're like all of your O-berth effects and just how like everything behaves starts to behave more the way you're used to thinking about it, where I can just, if I want to get somewhere, I point my nose towards it and I burn. See, I'm pointing my nose at Minmus and we're getting our orbit to intercept it. Good enough. All right. So that gives us an intercept. I don't know why our intercept earlier didn't work, but whatever. Okay, so let's burn radial in. And the good news is, even though I've expended a decent amount of my fuel in this stage, Burns around Minmus are super cheap. They're super cheap. Because my total orbital velocity, and this is escape velocity, is 155 meters per second. So any like other maneuvers I want to do, very inexpensive. You just have to get out here. Is the challenge. Okay, let's find our... Nope, the other way. Flip the spacecraft around. There we go. Okay, so that's basically in plane. Now we'll wait till we're about here. I'm actually just going to use the maneuver node. I've been doing this by hand for so long because we haven't had the upgraded tracking station, but now that I have it, it's time to actually start using it. So here's what I want to do. I want to rotate this orbit onto the target orbit, like so. And that's it. It's a 23.6 meter per second burn to get us there. We could refine it a little bit, but I think that'll satisfy the contract if I can get just to this. And then we're golden. There we go. All right. So we're in the orbit of Minmus. We go ahead and separate off the rest of that. Let's start doing the science portion now. Keep that. Observe this. Keep that. Log, transmit, log, transmit. Transmit. Yep. Transmit. Yep. All right. So that is the first batch of science heading back. We're at 81.4 science. And we have got MinSat 1 up around Minmus. Adding one more link to our comms network. Beautiful. And we got, you know, a decent chunk of science from it. So our goal at this point, I want to do the rendezvous mission with the moon. Rendezvous 2 crafts in orbit of the moon. They're at 443,000. Oh, man. It's 902. Is there anything we can unlock that we did with 81? There's the fuel systems and the engines that are really like the thing to get next. There's also the docking equipment, which is huge. I can't advance any more in the science department, which is unfortunate, but fine. I understand. There's aerodynamics, which gives me the Weasley turbofan engine, which would be nice, but Oh, and then the other thing is advanced flight control, which gives me the Mark II command pod, the Mark I lander can, and the KV3 pomegranate. These are all worth it, as well as the advanced inline stabilizer for my autonomous vehicles is really good. RCS thrusters, all that's really good. This isn't worth it right now. Eventually, it'll be worth it. I need enhanced survivability to get the Mark One TAC 3 command pod, which is huge, and the Mark II lander can, which is my favorite. But I'm gonna wait until the last possible moment. We'll definitely get advanced flight control first, and probably landing as well. Let's see. Is there any other moolah things we can do? Just regular old science data from space around the moon. This one is worth a little over 30,000. And again, we have got satellites in orbit around both those destinations. So that's easy. Let's go ahead and go to our tracking station, pull up our moonsat and our minsat. So that's minsat right there. Control it, and we'll just take a temperature reading and transmit it back to Kerbin to complete that contract. Super easy. Log temperature, transmit, and that's science data from space around Mimas complete. Let's go back to map view. Let's focus view on the moon. There's a moonsat. Let's switch to it. Here's our moonsat. A little smaller, a little bit more basic, but it has a barometer and a thermometer. Let me better point it at the sun there. There we go. Transmit. Complete. Space Center. That's like 50, 60,000 credits right there. For 2 quick data transmissions. Easy mission, easy money. We're at 500,000 right now. Observational surveys of the moon. So take a crew report in space flight above these altitudes of these locations. You know, we could do this on our next manned mission to the moon. But I'm going to ask everyone to hang on for a second. I will be right back. And we'll continue our live stream. Alright, we are back. We have $500,000. So, what was I gonna do? Explore the moon. Conduct observational surveys of the moon. Take a crew report in space flight above these altitudes. I kind of want to see where those are around the moon, but I think we can do that. We just need to make sure that whatever orbit we end up in around the moon, it's not eccentric, inclined enough to reach all those required locations. So there's the locations. We just need to be in an orbit that's like up this way. Yeah, we could do that. I think we could do that. So let's start designing our rocket. We'll accept both those contracts. We just need to be in an inclined orbit, which is not hard to get into. I wish if there were any other observation tasks like that, because those would be easy. No, oh well. Yeah, we're gonna just send a pilot first. I was trying to think like we could double dip. We could get like a lot of science out of this, but the more I think about it, the more I realize we don't have the tech yet, and I would rather just get a mission there and collect some, then we can send another mission and get the rest. So let's get the pod itself set up, which will be our standard single pilot reentry pod. You know, I guess I could. Hold on. I do have this, which would let me send two. And I could make it Jebediah and Bob Kerbin. And then this way I have two pilots. I have a pilot and a mission technician. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. So this has a heat shield, but the thing about this is we just need to make sure that our speed is low enough. I don't know if it could do a free return all the way from the moon, but it could probably do a free return from high Kerbin orbit. Let's bring our science. So we'll bring the science junior. We'll bring the press mat barometer right there, the thermometer right there, and the mystery goo, which we'll bring two of, will go right there. Okay, so that's our science payload. Let's get our electrical stuff set up. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's electrical taken care of. And I wedged the batteries in there like that. And then if I add a fuel tank, will that be an issue? Looks fine for the most part. Then I can just kind of like drag this in like that. There, now we've got just like a row of little blinking green lights. That's fine. Throw a Terrier on it. What does that give us in space? 1,000 meters per second maneuvering thrust. It's not bad. And we'll just pack a standard single communitron. Right there. And tuck it in just a little bit. Keep it out of the way of the fairing. Okay. So that's our spacecraft, I think. That'd be good enough, at least. Throw a parachute on it for good measure. And a Hold on. Toggle snap. There we go. A couple of ladders so that I can get down to the science area. And that should do. It should do. It should be fine. Should be enough. Let's see. Is there anything else I want to take? I don't think so. So let's bring our coupler and our payload fairing. Nope. Where is it? There it is. Okay, so that's our spacecraft, our upper spacecraft. Now let's get the rest. Fuel tanks. We do have this larger fuel tank, but hear me out. Do we have any engines of that size? No, not yet. We do have the stack bicoupler, which is tempting. Because we could do this. Do a 2-stack of these engines. Oh, how do I copy paste? I forget the control scheme for building KSP. KSP copy paste build mode. Hold on. We're Googling. No. Alt left click. There we go. Alt left click. Oh, look at that. That's nice. Okay. Engines. We'll bring our 2 swivels. And this rocket's currently costing us 18,000. So we better make this worth it. Maybe an intermediate stage in the form of a large tank here. And another Terrier. Maybe, but here's what we can do in case this isn't enough. We can put thumpers on them. Let's throw the cones on them. Okay. We're within our part limits and performance limits. And I'm going to scale down the thrust on all these to 50. Because 4 solid rocket boosters on this is a lot. Okay. Our thrust to weight ratio 1.78. That should be fine. That gives us 1,000 meters per second of delta V on this upper stage. Alright, so I'm a little worried, right? I am a little concerned because the risk here is that we kill multiple multiple Kerbals. And I don't love that. So we're going to try and keep this as safe as possible. I'm going to go ahead and add fins anyway because I don't want to lose stability in flight. I don't think I'll lose stability in flight, but I'm not going to chance it. And then we can also do some structural work here. By attaching the solid rocket boosters to the core stage with struts. Let's make those look a little better. Hold on. We can do better. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Alright. It's time. 27,000 to get Jebediah and Bill up there. So KSP Lunar Ranger. That's what we're gonna call this. Save it. Let's launch it. Okay, here we go. Here we go, everybody. Lunar Ranger is moving to the pad now. With Jebediah and Bill Kerman standing by for liftoff. Oh, sorry, Jebediah and Bob Kerman. Bob is our scientist, right? Yes. Okay. Didn't mess that up. That's good. Throttle up. Light the engines. Throttle down. And we have liftoff. This is the largest rocket that we've tried to fly. This is the heaviest rocket we've flown. It's the most complex rocket we've flown. There's a lot going on here on board the Lunar Ranger. Let's look at our thrust-to-weight ratio. 1.6 and holding is good. Try and keep it around that by throttling down our core engines. And so far the launch is actually coming along very cleanly, very nice. Almost a complete throttle down on the main engines. We're not going to go any lower. We're going to let them kind of idle here. Alright, stand by for booster separation. Booster separation, clean separation, no issues. They're falling away. Throttle up on our core engines here. We are seeing some instability, but it is within the margin for control. I'm going to throttle down, reduce our thrust a little bit to help minimize some of that instability. Alright, now let's start pitching down for real. Now that we're in the upper atmosphere, our apoapsis is outside the atmosphere. I'm going to throttle down all the way. And do a nice slow burn. Try and get lower, lower, lower. Lower. There we go. I want the booster stage here to get us as far as possible. Into orbit. Nearly all the way into orbit if possible. Let's go ahead and drop our fairings, shed some extra weight now that we're in space. Okay. We're up to our second stage now. Boosters firing, or the rockets firing. That's orbit. With 1,800 meters per second of delta V left in the rocket. Let's go ahead and extend our antenna. So we are orbital. We'll lock our velocity prograde. Take a look at our consumables. Electric charge 850 should be fine. All right, now it's time to start planning. We've got the moon over here. Set it as the target. Add a maneuver. And that's our free return trajectory right there. Hold on, let's get rid of the extra. Get rid of all that extra stuff. There we go. Okay, now let's start setting up our burn. We've got a little bit of time. So that gets us in nice and low. Let's warp to the burn. We're not going to go for a free return trajectory. I'm confident we've got enough fuel for this. Although I realize now I've made a mistake. This doesn't have any RCS on it. So any maneuvers I make, I'm going to need to use fuel to turn the spacecraft. Is that, like, totally the end of the world? No, but it will be a little annoying. Okay, let's start our burn. I'm going to throttle down a little bit because we started it early. Go. And we are burning away. This is the Lunar Ranger on its way to the moon. And we'll do some EVA. We'll plan to do an EVA high orbit above Kerbin. And then we'll do some EVAs in high and low orbit over the moon. Got it all planned out. We will have almost enough fuel in this stage to finish the burn. We are going to need to use our final fuel tank and final stage to finish it. But that's okay. Looks like we built this mission out with just enough of everything. Okay, that is our lunar injection with a periapsis of the moon at 150 kilometers in 1 day, 1 hour, 44 minutes. Epic. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and let time accelerate here as we move out from behind Kerbin's shadow into high Kerbin orbit. we'll set up for some science taking. We can observe a mystery goo, I believe. We'll keep that, and we will observe our material science bay. We'll transmit that, and then I'm going to have Bob get out, reset it, and then we'll take the science from both goo canisters and the material science bay. Restore. Conduct material science. Keep. Collect data. Restore. Collect data. Restore. Board. All right, so we have done that. Let's do a crew report. In space high over Kerbin. Reset. We'll let Jebediah EVA and do an EVA report. We'll keep that. Board our spacecraft. This one we will transmit. EVA reports are 100%, so there's no sense in keeping it and risking losing that science if anything goes wrong. I'd rather transmit it. So that was our high Kerbin orbit science run, our EVA experiment run. We have another one planned we're going to do once we are inside of the moon's sphere of influence. And you can see how our orbit changes as we come into its sphere of influence and get swung around, which is quite interesting, actually. Okay, so this is high above the moon. Let's do a crew report. We'll transmit that. Let's conduct material science. We'll transmit that as well. Yep. And let's conduct mystery goo. Keep that one. I'm going to have Bob get out again and do the exact same thing we did before. Have him step off. Restore. Conduct. Keep. Collect. Restore. Oh. Observe. Keep. Collect. Restore. EVA report. Keep. Grab on. Board the spacecraft. View our stored data. Keep. Transmit. Keep. And look at that. We're at 134 science points already. And we haven't even gotten down to our actual mission range yet. Okay. We've got 998, almost 1,000 meters per second left of working Delta V in this stage. On the spacecraft entirely now. That's all we've got. We're at periapsis. I'm going to set us to retrograde and do a slight engine burn here. Just to start moving the heading of the ship. And then as we get closer, throttle up. Now we're at full throttle. We'll do a burn, lower our apoapsis here. There we go. Okay, let's start working on these observations. So one, we should be low above the moon's surface here. We'll verify by getting down to our periapsis. Let's take a crew report. In space near the moon. Boom. Alright, now Jebediah, you're going to EVA. Give me an EVA report above the moon's midlands. Keep. board. Review store data, transmit that EVA report, keep the rest. Look at that. Look at that. What are we at? 159 science, which is excellent. It's exactly what I want to see. So these are the Midlands we're flying over, but there is a crater up ahead. So we'll wait till we're there, right about now. Bob, you'll get out this time. EVA. EVA report. Oh, we're now high above the moon. Okay. Board. What's our altitude? 67, so we need to be down below 60. We can do that. I'm going to do one orbit. Turn SAS on. Point retrograde. Do a slight engine burn just to impart some momentum onto the craft. Now that we're rotating. Just ever so slight puffs here. Okay, that should be low all the time now. Let's observe a mystery goo. Keep it. Let's observe the material science. Keep that. Have Bob get out. EVA report. Already done that one. Alright. Step off. Collect data. Restore. Collect data. Restore. And we'll get back in the spaceship. Coming back over this crater a second time. There we are. Alright, Jebediah, you're out. An EVA report above the far side crater. Keep it. Board. Transmit. Keep the rest of those experiments. What are we at? 173. Let's go! Let's go! Alright. We should be over the highlands at this point. So let's do the same thing. EVA. EVA report. Highlands, keep, board. View, stored, transmit. Keep the rest. Alright, let's do an EVA with Bob again and see if we've got anything new over here. Nope, this is Midlands. Okay. Twin craters, keep. Transmit. There's another big crater we can try and hit. Okay, let's EVA report here. Moon's lowlands. There we go. So we've got low, mid, and highlands. Now it's just the craters. Transmit. Keep the rest. Okay. I don't think we quite have the inclination to get this crater until it comes around a little bit. We've already done this crater. We've already done that crater. So now we're going to wait for a bit. Now we're stable. Okay, I think we're going to pass over and hit this top crater now, which is what we want. There we go. Jebediah, you're up. EVA report. The polar crater. Keep forward. Review. Transmit. Keep rest. This expedition has already returned dividends for us. All right, now here's the real question: is will we be able to get the observation for this? I need to be above 7,700 meters. So what I'm going to do is we're going to lower our orbit even farther. Let's get down to 20. Okay, we're at 20. Now, question of the day, is this low enough? Because we should be flying, we should be passing right over it. Yes, perfect. Okay, so we're entering the zone. Time for the crew report. Keep that experiment. Let's EVA real quick. Take data. Board. That's one zone successfully hit. I don't know if we've done this crater, so I'm gonna go ahead and EVA report anyway. We might have. East far side crater. Okay, keep. Board. Transmit. Keep the rest. Wait. Now transmit. There we go. Transmit. Keep the rest. Okay. I think we can do it on this pass. Hey, we're up to 4 concurrent viewers. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the live stream. I hope you're enjoying it. All right, let's get in range. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Entering Scott's Badlands. There it is. All right, crew report. Transmit. Let's also transmit the other one. Oh, I just clicked past it. Darn it. Keep, transmit, keep. There we go. All right, final observation is coming up, and then we can start planning our way home. Sector PCN XW. We are in range. Crew report. Transmit. All right. We've conducted observational surveys. Now, we need to rendezvous 2 crafts in orbit of the moon. Got 1 craft already up here. We're going to leave him here. All right. They're going to continue to do observational science for us on an extended mission. They've only been here for 3 days. You know, they've got room. They've got snacks. They got water. They've got oxygen. They'll be fine for a little bit. So our next goal is going to be getting a 2nd spacecraft to them. We're going to send up a 2nd craft. Let's also see if there's any new new missions we can take on. So here we go. Position a satellite in a polar orbit of the moon. We could do a 2-for-1 here. If we're smart, if we're good. I'm going to take this contract, and we're going to do 2 contracts in 1 mission. We're going to launch this satellite that will end in a polar orbit of the moon, but it's going to have a little detour where we rendezvous it with our current Lunar Ranger that's already up there. So this is the Lunar Ranger craft. We'll save it and start fresh with the new one. We're going to use the Probodyne Octo. Actually, hold on. Let's just open our Mooner one. This little satellite should already have everything we need, basically. No, this is the lander. Okay. Well, the lander, as it turns out, is a fully functioning satellite. If you take the landing legs off, it becomes a satellite. So let's put that there, that there. Let's swap this out. And I'm going to go here. We'll put the Communitron on it right here. And then the dipole Communitron 16 right here. Flip this around vertical. Nice and simple, nice and easy. Not going to bother with any science or anything on this. It's going to be very practical, very hands-on. Just trying to do the mission. Nothing else. I do want to, now that we have this capability, we're going to put the small inline reaction wheels on this thing to give it a little bit more command authority. And that should be it. Everything else is the same as far as our staging goes, and we'll call this Moonsat 2. Moonsat 2. Save it, launch it. So Moonsat 2 is very similar to Moonsat 1. Ooh, wait, hold on. I took scientific equipment off this, but I should probably verify that the contract doesn't require like a goo container on it. Otherwise, I'm silly. No, just a thermometer. Wait, no, this is Kerbin. No! Hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Revert flight, revert to vehicle assembly. I did a silly. Hold on. We took the wrong contract. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to our mission control and look at this again. Specific orbit of Kerbin. This is the polar orbit. I wanted this one. This one. And our current satellite as built will meet its requirements. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Small, very minor issue, but no big deal. We can do that other contract whenever we want easily. So that can happen after we finish our rendezvous mission and return Jeb and Bob to Kerbin. I'm not too worried about that, actually. So Moonsat 2 is ready for launch. Meets the requirements of the Moon Polar Orbit contract, so we're going to go for it. And again, this is a 2-stage mission. First stage is going to be getting it on an intercept or a rendezvous with the Lunar Ranger. Second step will be moving it to that polar orbit. And those inline reaction wheels give me a lot of command authority that I'm not used to. I was able to actually roll this relatively easily. Throttle way down here. Throttle way down, way down. There we go. Alright, perfect. So we're on our launch trajectory. These solid rocket boosters are going to kick us up hard and fast. I'm at minimum thrust on my core stage. Stand by for booster separation. Booster separation, booster collision. Throttle up core stage. Throttle down core stage. Try not to accelerate too rapidly here. Okay, looking good, looking good, looking good. Nice, gentle approach to orbit here. Nice and gentle. Okay, burn horizontal at this point. Ditch the fairings. Almost in orbit. That's orbit. Looks good, pretty circular. We've still got 253 meters per second on our core stage. An additional 3,000 on our boost stage, which is plenty to make the rendezvous. And any orbital maneuvers we need to do after the fact. Let's go ahead and pick our... Oh, well, one, let's get back into comms range of a ground station. There we go. All right. Let's pick our point. We want to get real low on this first burn. That's good enough. If we overshoot a little bit, it's not going to kill us here. We'll have plenty of delta V for corrections, and we are within range of a comms station. Let me get us pointed at our target first before we do anything else. Okay. And we'll start the burn at 20 seconds, which is right now. All right, main engine cutoff. Second stage is a go. Everything looks good so far. Okay, that's as good as it's going to get. We are control locked because we're out of comms. There we go. Let's see what our periapsis is. It's just a little high. I think we need to burn retrograde ever so slightly to correct. Nope, we need to burn prograde. Other way, other way. Let's get this down nice and low. I'm going to do this manual just because I can see it better. There we go. All right, solar panels are exposed to the sun. Our electric charge is staying up. That's one thing you just got to be careful with probes. Every once in a while, I've had it happen where the probe has its solar panels shaded from the sun, and then it never regains charge, and it's just floating dead permanently floating dead, which is hilarious. All right, we're going to set the Lunar Ranger as the target. And I realize we've made a little bit of a mistake. Not a critical mistake, but we do need to flip our trajectory here, right? So I'm going to burn this way. We're going to do this early and flip us around. Okay, there we go. All right, we have a periapsis on the opposite side of the moon. And we're going to, at the ascending node, we're going to do a couple maneuvers. One, we're going to burn anti-normal. Right about there. So that's 571 meters per second of delta V. About a quarter of our remaining fuel for this maneuver. But this will get us on plane and makes the rest of the maneuvers relatively cheap from here. It's a 24-second burn. We'll start now. And this will bring our orbit into alignment with the Lunar Ranger orbit. Okay, that should be good enough. We'll make some fine-tuned adjustments towards the end here, but that'll be good enough for now. Now let's do a burn at periapsis. And then we're going to plan this out for our intercept here. Again, this costs a lot less. Okay. So that is us kind of on an intercept orbit. It's a little messy, but let's start by just getting closer. So we're in a slightly higher orbit than the target. And that is going to allow them to kind of catch up to us here. That's our intercept right there. 2 kilometer separation. One thing we can do to increase our accuracy is bring the thrust limiter on our main engine down. I'm going to switch to target view. And as we approach our intercept here, shoot. Unfortunately, intercept is happening on the far side of the moon. So I'm going to have to wait till we're past intercept. That's going to cost us. That's going to cost us. Come on. Come on. Give me back. 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 There we go. There we go. All right, so we've kind of forced an intercept here just by using the target frame of reference. So we've gone under. Now we're going to shoot up to them. And we'll pass within 300 meters. So the next goal is just to kill relative velocity, which that's relatively easy to do. And from this point forward, we're just going to do it all in visual frame of reference. That actually counts as the rendezvous right there. I'm just going to kill all relative velocity to get us back into orbit. Where is our spacecraft? There's the Lunar Ranger right there. We'll drift past it. All right, so we've rendezvoused. Excellent. I could easily get the spacecraft closer together at this point. That's not hard. Instead, what I'm going to do is focus on getting up to our next orbit. So, as we come around in this orbit here, when we reach, switch back to an orbital frame of reference, we reach this point. Right there, add a maneuver. Okay, so that's our maneuver. That is our plane change at 681. And burn. Now this will put us on our final target orbital plane after we've done the rendezvous. And we still have an additional 1,200 meters per second of delta V in our final stage there, which is great. So we can do follow-on maneuvers with this satellite after we have gotten into our final orbit. If we want to do a contract to adjust it, that's all easy to do from there. Okay, so we're here. Let's go retrograde real quick. We're just going to pop a burn. Whoa, too far. Pop a burn, retrograde, drop this down. Bingo. Okay, now let's swing around in our orbit and go prograde here. Okay, that's the target orbit achieved. 462 meters per second of delta V left in that. Go ahead and drop it. Don't need it no more. Maintain stability for 10 seconds. Just wait for the timer to elapse. And we've completed the contract. So we have, let's make sure we've got the name on this right. Moonsat 2 in orbit around the moon. as well as the Lunar Ranger and Moonsat 1. So Moonsat 1, Moonsat 2, Lunar Ranger, both of those are in space. Now it's time to switch back to the Lunar Ranger. These two have been in space for quite some time now. I'm sure they're getting low on snacks, so it's time to plan their return. So the way we're going to do this is add a maneuver here and let them burn out to an escape trajectory of the moon. And then let's just pull this. $294. Hold on. You know what? We might actually have to wait a little bit. So here's my thought. Let's wait a little bit until we are about here. All right, now this is a better place to launch from. It took 2 days of time warping, but what this is going to allow us to do is do our escape burn in line with the moon's orbit around Kerbin, which simplifies everything. Now you see our plane that we're departing the moon from is the same as Kerbin's. So we're already equatorial. $72. Come on, we just need to adjust our start time here. 143, not what I want. Hold on. There we go. Oh, I'm adjusting the wrong thing. Hold on. 0 that. There we go. $86. Let's do that. That'll cost us about half our delta V. The other half we can use to drop our orbital velocity low enough to survive re-entry. That's the goal. Okay, so we're going to time warp around to it. And there we are. We are at target, using the engines to orient the spacecraft. Okay. Time warp the rest of the way to the burn. We're going to go 7 seconds before the burn node. Full burn on the engines. Okay, what does that get us? 52. Excellent. All right, we'll do one more departing round of science as we enter high lunar orbit. Let's make sure we haven't missed anything. Keep that. Let's have Bob get out of the module real quick for a short spacewalk. Collect data, restore. Take data, log, keep, log, keep. take data. Take data. Okay. Grab on. Board. Board anyway. I think we have some repeat experiments, but that's fine. We're at 256 science plus what we have on the thing. Oh, and hold on. EVA. EVA report. No, we've already done one. Okay. Board. And they're out. Now, here's the plan. We're going to fall. And once we get to about here, add a maneuver burning retrograde for 384. Let's do it a little later. Okay. Time warp to it. So now instead of doing a full moon free return, we're going to be doing a much smaller. We're falling from a shorter orbit with less energy, which increases our likelihood of surviving re-entry. I'm not using an actual heat shield for this rocket, which is why I'm trying to conserve our energy here. Alright, burning retrograde. And we're going to burn until we're out of fuel, which is right there. Let's see if there's any more science to be conducted. Keep. Observe. Keep. Alright, Bob, you're going to do a high-risk EVA here. Collect data. Collect data. Board. Alright. Bob is back in. We are on our final descent trajectory. Let's detach. And hopefully once we hit atmosphere, atmospheric forces should start to bring us in line. There we go. All right. Let's take a look at our ablator as it burns off. I think that'll burn off, but that's okay. We are getting nice and hot, but our ablator looks like it's holding. Temperatures are not getting too extreme. This will be a successful re-entry. Thank God. And we've made it through the atmosphere, ready to arm the parachute. We are coming down over the water. Keep this at 4 times time acceleration. This descent is a pretty standard descent profile. 5, 4, 3, 2, parachutes deployed. 1, parachute opens. Slow down to 7 meters per second. A nice gentle descent here. Look at that! Jebediah and Bob Kerbin have gone to the moon and returned unscathed. We have successfully completed multiple contracts, retrieved a vast amount of science, which will greatly enhance our endeavors as we push for the stars. Our space program is looking real good, people. It's looking real good. All thanks to these two brave Kerbals. All right. 352 science. Let's go. And we almost have enough to upgrade our science center. Jebediah's got some experience. Bob has been promoted to level 1. Excellent. Explore Mimus. So this one pays out a ton. This one alone would pay out enough to get us our science center. We do have one satellite we need to launch. Position satellite in equatorial orbit of the moon. Also worth a decent amount of money. Test the TS-12 stack separator. We can do that real quick. Let's see what we can get, though. Hold on. Before we do anything else, let's unlock some stuff, right? So, advanced flight control. We're going to unlock that for sure. Landing, we're going to unlock that for sure. Propulsion systems, we're going to hold off on. The fuel systems, though, I think we're going to take this one. Yeah. And then I would say the next one would be the lifters. Do we have any, like, good... So the efficient propulsion gets us the cheetah. I'm trying to see what, like, the 1.875 rockets get us. The Kodiak. Advanced construction. So lifters gets us... Okay, the Bobcat. There we go. We would get the Bobcat. And then that would... excuse me. That would really enable us to do some more complex missions. Did I put fuel on KSP Satellite 1? I don't know if I did or not. There's also plant the flag on the moon. Science data from space around Kerbin. We'll do that as well. All right. Let's start by just launching the satellite. That's the contract we have on hand. We can do that. Okay. So we've got the KV-3 Pomegranate, the Mark 1 Lander Can, and the Mark 2 Command Pod. These are all great. We've got the Reliant. We've got the Kodiak. We have RCS and the Advanced Inline Stabilizer, which is really nice. But for this, we are just going to load up our PolarSat 1 design. No, not our PolarSat 1 design. We'll do MoonSat 1. This is the workhorse rocket we've been launching. Let's make sure this doesn't require anything. Thermometer. Designated orbit, maintain stability. Okay, nothing else. We'll call this CurbSat 3 and launch it. I think CurbSat 3 would be fine for a name. What do you guys think? What should we be naming our satellites? Leave a comment in the chat what you think we should name the satellites. I'm open to suggestions here. It's an equatorial orbit, so I can launch from wherever. See, this one is Keosat. That's PolarSat 1, PolarSat 2. I guess we don't really have a CurbSat, but, you know, whatever. It's fine. Throttle up. Launch. Go to the rocket. Alright, minimum thrust on the core stage. Our standard launch profile for this rocket. We've done this enough times now. I've got this down to a memorized science, basically. Max thrust core stage. Burn away. And then we throttle down our core stage to about a 1 thrust-to-weight ratio. Keep it aligned with our orbital prograde heading and burn from there. looking good so far. Throttle down a little bit more. Let's get pointed at the horizon. Ditch the fairings. Extend the antenna. Alright, core stage is out of fuel. Lighting our boost stage. Try and get my apoapsis lined up with the target apoapsis. Okay, that's good. We are exposed to sunlight. Electricity is good. Power generation is good. Communication systems are good. Engines are good. Everything is good to go for our orbital circularization burn up here. Orient the craft. Light the engines. We're doing this all manual. No need for burn nodes. I know what I'm doing. We're going for 4.15 million meters. That's orbit. Plenty of fuel on this, but I don't need nearly that much. We'll go ahead and detach that. And that is CurbSat 3 in orbit. Now our second mission is going to be to recover scientific data from Kerbin, which we do by running that science experiment and transmitting it. And we're done. We've knocked out 2 more contracts. Easy peasy. Quick, easy day for those. Just burning through contracts. This is also boosting our reputation by quite a bit as well, which is good, because we want those reputation boosts. So we're at 841,000. There's a rescue mission available. Science data from surface of Minus. Sat-1 in adjusted orbit of Kerbin. I don't think I can do that one. Temperature surveys of Minmus. Spaceflight below. Ooh. Those are going to be tricky. This guy wants to go on a suborbital flight. We could do that. Science data from space around the moon is easy. And then a straight landing on Minmus. Okay, let's take it. Now, this pushes us over our threshold to upgrade the research and development station. So we could do that. We're going to wait until we've completed this mission first. Just because we don't have the science to unlock anything. Instead, we're going to build this mission first. Now, I could make it a manned mission. And I'm somewhat tempted to, but I think we will opt not. Oh, I called that KrebSat. Oh, guys, you were supposed to catch me on that mistake. I called it KrebSat 3. Oh, no. I made a typo. I made an oopsies, and you guys didn't catch me on it. Now we all look silly. All right. Well, aside from looking silly, let's design this rocket, shall we? So we've got a pretty big budget for this mission. This is a big, high visibility mission. And since it's so high visibility, I want it to go well. So we're going to make it go well. And the way we are going to make it go well is by giving it a lot of equipment. We're going to put a science junior on it. That material science is very valuable. I want to put... We're going to do 4, actually. 4 goo containers. No, that doesn't make sense. We really only need 2. One for, or do we do 3? Do we do 3? Because we need a land, right? We need a land. think we do 3. We do a barometer, a thermometer, and then our antenna, which we'll flip around. That'll be our high gain antenna. We'll also put a dipole antenna on top. So we've got communications hardware, science hardware, all on board. Engines, the spark engine will be more than enough for this mission, for that portion at least. Now, electrical. Let's stack batteries on there nice and thick. And we'll scoot them in. So we've got batteries galore. Let's rotate these containers. Like so. There we go. All right, so that's our hardware for the lander. We do need landing gear, which we will use 4 of these micro struts. And then we need power generation, which we'll use a bunch of these. Kind of arranged just in an array around the vehicle. So that's our lander module. Set up like that. To conduct science, we've got reaction wheels, we've got batteries. Let's throw an extra rechargeable battery pack on top of this, just for good measure. Just to make sure that we've got enough. I'll put this there instead. So we've got plenty of electricity. Now this will give us 1,111 meters per second of delta V with a thrust weight ratio of 1.17 on Kerbin, which is great. On Mimis, it's a thrust weight ratio of 28.37 and in vacuum 1341. So that's great. That's perfect. That's what we want. So this will absolutely have the performance to get us down to the surface and back, but I don't think it'll have the maneuvering performance, really. The way we're going to deal with that is by putting our TD12 decoupler on hand. Actually, no. We'll use the stack separator because we're using a smaller one. That'll save us a little bit on weight, too. Yep. Next, our fairing. Payload fairing like that. Nicely set up. And I like the gold band there. We'll use the gold there. Okay, fuel tanks. Now, here's my thought. Do we have the... No, we don't. We have the big fuel tanks. We don't have the big engines yet. Okay. Okay, so the Terrier, once again. Terrier is a great rocket. It will continue to be a great rocket engine for me. That will give us the maneuvering thrust weight ratio we need, for sure. Let's go ahead and correct some staging issues early. Fuel tanks. Let's go ahead and buy this fuel tank, because I like it. Now, here's where we can get fancy with it, right? Let's put 2 of these bad boys down. And we put a swivel on these. Right? Now, let's put our radial mount detachers there. Slap those on. Try and get them lined up. We're going to asparagus stage this. Asparagus staging is when you have the same fuel types and you fuel... you have basically fuel lines transferring from your outer to your inner stages, like this. So we're going to go out to in, So now all three engines are burning, but not only are all three engines burning, but these tanks are transferring fuel into the middle tank so that these two outside stages will burn out first, leaving just the core stage, and the core stage, when it separates, will have a full fuel tank, which is pretty handy. We'll do arrow on these, like so. Nice. Now this will have actually a ton of Delta V for us. It's a very efficient way to launch. And I think that is how we're going to set this up. What are we going to call it? We'll call this the KSP Minmus Voyager. And I'm going to take a quick break, and we will come back and launch this craft. All right, I am back and ready for action. The KSP Minmus Voyager also is Ready for action, it looks like. I'm going to change the paint job on this real quick. Yes. Save that, and let's launch it. All right. Our rocket designs are getting better and better. We're using more advanced rockets and less solid rocket boosters as we have more money and more demanding missions to launch on, which is good. It means we're progressing. So we've got plenty of Delta V in this. And we just need to get it up into orbit for now. So let's throttle up. Launch. We'll also have a lot of command control, or command authority over this, because we have 3 gimbaled engines plus a RCS wheel up here, and you can already see our fuel tanks on our outer fuel tanks are burning and losing fuel quite a bit faster. Now this one says it's going down, but when we separate it, you'll see it's actually not going down nearly as much, which is what we want to see. And let's just keep our thrust weight ratio around a 1.7. And I'm going to throttle down periodically to maintain that as we burn fuel. I just want to keep a nice constant thrust or constant acceleration. That's kind of the goal there. This will also help us save fuel for when we're higher up in the atmosphere, which makes our rockets more fuel efficient. Try and correct some error I've induced. It was pointing a little bit far south than I would have liked. Alright, how are we doing on apoapsis? That's looking good at 31. And our side stages are about to run out of fuel. Flame out on the side stages, and boom, look at that. Our center stage, our core stage, is at a full fuel tank. Our side stages separate nicely. And we have basically a brand new rocket, a fresh rocket, ready to go the rest of the way. That's the power of that kind of asparagus staging. And you can, theoretically, you can scale this up more and more and more. So you could have 6 stages filling into 1, and you could have 12 stages filling into the 6 stages filling into the 1. And it becomes a very efficient way to shed weight and stage off spent fuel tanks while maintaining a high level of thrust. Alright, so we're looking good here. I'm going to go ahead and burn for the horizon now. And throttle down quite a bit. We'll use 4 times time acceleration here. Just kind of a nice, gentle burn into orbit. Let's move the fairing deployment down. Deploy that earlier. Okay, that is orbit achieved with 577 meters per second to go on my core stage, and I still have my upper stage and my lander ready. Okay, so we're going to plan a burn. Once I get into a comms path, there we go. Let's plan a burn to get out to Minmus. That'll do for now. I'm not going to overcomplicate this at all. I just want to get my my apoapsis out in front of Minmus, and then we can do correction burns with my upper stage from there. We have plenty of fuel. Plenty of fuel. I want to get this lined up. Perfect. Okay. Time warp. And burn. There we go. All right, so we're raising Apoapsis now, heading for Mimus. This stage will completely expend its fuel, and then we'll just have the upper stage to deal with. All right. Main engine cutoff, second stage separation is successful. We'll go ahead and extend this antenna while we're here. All right, so that is a intercept with min-miss. And let's time warp a little ways out here. I'm going to add a maneuver. Min-miss encounter, min-miss periapsis. Let's get our min-miss periapsis down a little bit, shall we? $495. This costs us 8 meters per second, but will save us a ton of fuel in the future because we're getting really close to the surface here. 12 meters per second. 13. And that's as close as it gets right there. Okay, so that's our nominal burn. Is right there. I go ahead and point myself on that vector. And warp to it. Okay. We'll wait for the exact... Not the exact time. It does not need to be as precise. This burn actually does not. Instead, we're going to give ourselves some margin here. That gives us a periapsis of 30. Awesome. And this will kick us all the way to the moon, actually. So let's make sure, yep, our solar panels are aligned properly. We have so much delta V on this stage to make do with. And here comes Minmus. We'll get out in front of it. And then Minmus will catch us from behind. And there we are. Okay, so we have Minsat 1 already in orbit, which is nice. But this one is coming down for a landing. Oh, I'm so dumb. I didn't put a heat shield on this. Okay, we're not going to abandon this mission, but we're going to have to fly this mission a second time. Because it wants us to return to Kerbin from orbit and from the surface. We could do it manned, I guess. It's an option. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we can do. For now, let's just focus on finishing the mission. Okay. That stage is suspended. We'll just leave. You know what? We're just going to leave this lander. That's fine. Observe mystery goo. Reset. Observe or conduct material science. Reset. So we've already done those experiments. And we don't have many more experiments to do. Except for we can go down to the surface and conduct experiments. So that's where we're going to go next. And remember, this thing has a thrust weight ratio of 28. So I can stop kind of on a dime here. All right. Neurub14, hello, welcome to the stream. We're landing on Minmus. We made a mistake in our craft design because I'm silly, unfortunately. But it's okay. This lander can stay on the surface. There we go. All right. All lateral velocity has been killed. I don't understand your question. Touchdown. See, that is how you land a spacecraft. All right. We have 11,000. We've got a good connection. Let's go ahead and transmit that. Let's observe the mystery goo. We can transmit that as well. Yep. And then let's log temperature, transmit, and log pressure, transmit. Some great science was accomplished there. That brings our science up to 183, which is awesome. Now, these are where we're in the Midlands here, which is fine. Let's see. I bet you the Highlands are north of us. So if we were to just throttle up and go north. There we go. Kind of fly over this crater, and as we fly over the crater, we'll come across what I think is the Highlands. I think this is the Highlands right here. Okay, we should be on a trajectory for that kind of ridge. That's what I'm aiming for. And because we have such a high thrust weight ratio, I can kind of force this wherever I want it to go. This engine is awesome on Minmus for small landers like this. Now let's start our descent. Okay, that's lateral velocity down to basically nothing. Six, 5, 4. Touchdown. All right, is this where we want to be? Log pressure data. Is this the Highlands? Still the Midlands. Damn it. All right, well. let's jump off this cliff then. And we're going to go down to the lowlands, which I'm pretty sure is down here. Yep. Okay, we're on descent. It's not letting me time warp, so we're just going to fall. We're going to try and suicide burn this. I'm going to set up that suicide burn by trying to kill as much lateral velocity as I can. So we should be following basically straight down now. There we go. That looks almost lined up. That looks pretty close. I think that's good enough. Okay. Let's go ahead and come to a rest. Turn SAS off. She is resting easy. Log pressure. This is the lowlands. Transmit. Log temperature. Transmit. Observe mystery goo. Transmit. So that's 2 mystery goo containers burned, but we're at 271 science. Lift off again. Okay, that should do us. Flip around. Why don't you post anymore? Here's the short of it. Video editing is difficult. It's very time consuming, and I don't have a lot of time. Live streaming is a lot easier for me. It's a little bit more low stress, and I enjoy it more. So that's what I do. My YouTube channel is really something I do for fun. It's not something I do for profit or money or as like very seriously. I have a good career that pays a lot of money and takes a lot of time, and I'm not willing to invest the amount of time required to grow the YouTube channel more than I already have, really. So I'm just going to keep live streaming, and I do it for fun. That's really what it comes down to. All right, we are on descent into the ice flats, which is going to be the last biome that I take this lander for now. We have 481 meters per second left of delta V on it. I can get back into orbit if I really wanted to, but I think we'll get down and stay down. Touchdown. Excellent. All right, observe the mystery goo from here in the lesser flats. We'll transmit the data. Yep. We'll log pressure data, transmit that. And we will log temperature data and transmit that. So that is the lander mission complete. We have gathered quite a bit of science. However, we need to land and return from Mimbus for this next mission, which is what I botched. supposed to return from Mimesis surface, and I didn't bring the equipment required to actually do that. But that's okay. We can adjust. The science that we collected there should be enough to upgrade. Well, one, we can upgrade our research and development center, which is huge. Because then that's going to give us access to stuff like this. The weather analyzer would be cool to have. Advanced electrics. Heat management. Gives us a drill, an active cooling system, titanium radiators, space exploration. Here's the one that we're actually after, right? The mobile processing lab is the thing we're trying to save up for. Because this is really what's going to make the difference here. It also gives us the light scanning arm, the lander, like, things. So that's huge. So we're going to do that, and we're going to do lifters. And we're going to start planning our next mission. We have $160,000, dollarinos, credits, bits, whatever you want to call it. 160,000 monies. We're going to take that revenue, and we're going to build a new rocket. So, one, we're going to use the Mark II command pod. We're going to bring a scientist and a pilot. Or, hold on. Here's a thought. All right. Here's a thought. We use the pomegranate. Right? Now, we use the pomegranate with the advanced inline stabilizer. Now we can bring a pilot, an engineer, and a scientist. We're going to take Bill, because Bill has not gotten any flight time yet. That's important that he gets some experience. Now we can bring science. I think this is the hatch right here. I hope that's the hatch. We'll bring a goo container. We'll bring a thermometer. And we'll bring a pressure. So that's our science payload. We're going to need electrical loading. I'm going to do a bunch of staggered batteries like... No. Let's do one less. Batteries staggered like that. And then we have our mobility enhancer right there. Fuel tanks. Engines. And landing gear. We're going to use the LT1 landing struts. That's not centered. There we go. How much Delta V is this going to give us on Mimbus? 824. Could we put some more fuel tanks on it? Possibly. Not without looking really silly. But we may have to look really silly for this to work. That might be where we're at. What if we go 4 times symmetry? And we put 2 more fuel tanks, 2 times symmetry, on the side like that. No, no, no. All right, hold on. Hold on, hold on. Let's swap this around. Let's use the bigger fuel tank. That still gives us plenty high thrust to weight ratio. And then what we can do is use the mobility enhancer to climb down to the ladder, like that. So we've got a nice little ladder to climb out of the lander. Okay. Let's buy these spotlights. Actually, let's buy the illuminators. That gives us some working light. Okay. We need a parachute. And we've got 1386 meters per second of delta V. So it'll get down to the surface all right. And we can take 3 crew members. The other thing we're going to need is cargo, because I want to deploy some science and I want to bring some science with us. We could do the conformal pods. Will they have enough? 60 liters? I don't know if they'll have enough. I don't want to make this stack any taller than it is, so I think we'll go... Go two-way symmetry here and scoot these in. Like that. Okay. Now we can go to cargo. And we have 2 storage units. Let's put the Probodyne control station, the GoEb monitor, the photovoltaic panel. We'll put 2 of those. Also bring an EVA science kit, some repair kits. That should be enough, honestly. I don't think we need much more than that. We're not going to try building a rover or doing anything crazy on this mission. Really, I just want to get there, get back, get safe. Let's go back to build mode. Add some more batteries. That only costs us 8 more meters per second of delta V. And I'd appreciate having the charge available to us. I'm going to tuck these in. You'll see the battery, but you won't see the full base of it, which is fine. Alright, do we think that's a good min-miss lander? It's a little long. I like my landers to be a little shorter. This is pretty long, but it's really the best way to get all the equipment I need in. Last thing we need is communitrons. So I'm going to have 1 dipole communitron here, and we'll put 1... We'll actually put these. Put the dipole low. Put this higher. I'm going to rotate this around. Like that. Oop, oop. And like that. So that'll be our communications equipment, electrical equipment. Yeah, it'll work. I'm not too worried about it, like, not working. It'll work. It just looks silly to me a little bit. But you know what? It's Kerbal Space Program. Not super serious space program. Let's put our antennas there, and then we need electrical power. We're going to provide in the forms of solar panels. Like that. Ditch the landing lights. We don't need those. That's fine. At least we don't need them like that. What we could do is do the spotlights and just have them on the bottom of the ship like this. And then we rotate them and we actually put them underneath the tank with the move tool. And then we rotate them outwards like so. So now they're illuminating down and out. Okay, that's our lander. Throw a decoupler on it. 1278 meters per second delta V total. Should be enough. Throw our fairing on it. Oh, grid snap. There we go. It's a long payload, but it will work. Okay, so let's design the rest of the rocket now. We're going to do the asparagus staging again, because I think it worked super well the last time. We'll do the same style of upper stage, except we're going to use the longer fuel tank. Yeah, long fuel tank. With the Terrier. Now that gives us plenty of delta V in that upper stage. That'll be enough to do all of our orbital maneuvers and get us close to the landing. Then the lander can just finish the landing. And then do the return. And we can detach and re-enter. Okay, looks good. We don't need a standalone heat shield for this. We'll be fine. So let's go back to coupling. Now here's where the stack gets big. We're going to do 1, 2, 3. No. maybe shorter. Like that. Like that. Like that. Engines, swivel. Alright, now we're going to copy that. Coupling. 3-way symmetry? How are we doing on weight? Oh, we got plenty of weight. 4-way symmetry? So the truth is, I don't really know actually how much delta V I'm going to need for this. So I'm kind of over preparing here. Just that. There we go. This is bigger than I probably need, right? But we can also put these on. Oh, no. Never mind. Can't put those on. Those are the 1.875 adapters. Unless I scale it down. Oh, I can't scale it down. That's right. Like that. All right, and now we've got now we got our stuff. You want me to extend the gear? Well, I've already extended the gear at the beginning, and the gear clears the engine. We could move it down slightly more if we really wanted to. Like that, but I'm confident that the gear will clear. Like that. So, this is a rocket right here. Now here's where the asparagus staging comes in again, right? So we go from the outer tank to the inner tank. And then we strut it up. for stability. So we'll do struts at the top, struts at the bottom, and then struts on the nose to connect there. Maybe not quite that far. There, and there. So this is a lot of rocket right here. We got the 4 Separatrons. We'll save those to the end. Move these up. Actually, these will be on the same stage as this. This one comes down to this stage, and this goes all the way to the bottom. So burn, separate, burn, separate. 44,000. This is our most expensive rocket we've launched, and it's all in the fuel and the payload, but I think it'll be a worthy return on investment. We'll call this the KSP Minmus Ranger. My naming scheme, if it's a manned vehicle, it's a Ranger. That's my idea, at least. This thing's a big engine, or a big rocket. Small engines on a big rocket. We'll save it, and I hope that this advanced... what is it called? Advanced inline stabilizer will really help with the other pieces of the puzzle. There's one other thing we could do, and that's make the upper stage actually usable, but I don't think we're going to invest the time in that. One thing you could do is throw a probe body, a battery, and some solar panels on one of these guys, and an antenna, and you make it a functioning satellite, effectively. We're not going to bother with this. Alright. We've saved it. She looks good, actually. She looks real good. I like it. Do you guys like it? I like it. Let's launch it. The KSP Minmus Ranger on its way to the launch pad. This is our largest rocket yet. A manned space flight to Minmus. We've got all the fuel we could possibly need for this mission. Plenty of safety features. The ability to abort, passive re-entry. Everything's included on this. We're bringing not only the science on board the lander itself, but we're also bringing equipment to leave on Minmus, which is excellent. Staging looks good. Jebediah, Bill, and Bob are standing by on the launch pad. In 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Barely enough thrust to get off the launch pad. I maybe should have checked my thrust weight ratio a little bit more closely. That's okay. That is okay. Because we are getting up there. And as we climb, and this is just a beast of a rocket, as we climb and burn fuel, we're going to accelerate faster. So it's okay. To have that slow liftoff is fine. Alright, start our roll program. Because Jebediah is piloting this thing, we can set it on prograde and let him do the work. Not yet. We're going to actually hold this attitude right here until we get our thrust to weight ratio a little higher up. I don't want to pitch over too early. Not yet, at least. Let's wait till we're getting a little faster. Our speed's coming up. Thrust to weight ratio 1.5 now. This is a more nominal launch thrust to weight ratio that we're maintaining. Overall, good launch angle, launch attitude. Everything is looking nominal. Our fuel is coming down nicely. Alright, now we'll go prograde and let gravity do its work. And I'm going to start throttling down my engines here. Start throttling them down. Try to maintain a 1.7. And again, same as the last mission where we had the 2 asparagus staged boosters. We are throttling down to maintain our thrust weight ratio and keep our fuel for when we're higher up in the atmosphere and the engines are more efficient. That's the idea, at least. How's our orbit looking? It's looking great. It's looking real good. This is looking real good for a nice, easily controlled ascent. Keeping that lower thrust weight ratio. Keep it around a 1.5 here. I'm going to go to 2 times time acceleration just to get through this. All right. Here we go for stage separation. Max thrust. Boosters away in a perfect Korolev cross. Oh, what a perfect separation. Okay, so we're at 0.91 thrust weight ratio on the core stage. That's fine. That actually looks pretty good. And we'll continue to push towards apoapsis here. Still locked prograde. And we'll throttle down. Throttle down some more. We're looking beautiful. We're looking beautiful right now. Throttle down some more. Go to 4 times time acceleration. Okay. Ready for fairing separation. Fairing away. Let's turn the lights on. We're doing this nice kind of smooth cruise up to apoapsis. Just keeping my engine running. Nice, gentle, very low G's. This is a very easy, kind of ease transition into orbit. We'll go ahead and extend our high gain antenna while we're here. No reason to wait on that now that we're up and the fairing's deployed. We've got 1450 meters per second in this upper stage here to work with. So this bottom stage absolutely will get us into orbit. And with that, let's go ahead and bring our engine up to full force. Probably should have accelerated a little sooner. Is there some reason for launching at night, like some cut of Delta V? No, it does not matter. Launching to the east helps save Delta V because you're taking advantage of the rotation of the planet. A night launch does not change anything at all. It just doesn't matter. That's the time of day it was when I took the rocket out to the launch pad. That's all it comes down to. All right, we're back on full acceleration, pulling just over 1 G of acceleration here. About 1.5 Gs total. Well within tolerance. Still a relatively light burn overall. And we are almost in orbit. We are in orbit. Look at that. This booster exactly got us to orbit. I'm going to go ahead and burn the rest of this fuel just so we can fully expend it. Throttle down. Separate our core stage. And now we have our upper stages ready to go. All right. It's time to start planning our transfer. So Minmus is unfortunately not at the ideal angle at this point. So what we can do is we'll go to our... Oh, we're actually in an inclined orbit anyway. We might be able to make this work regardless. (918 meters per second). Let's zero that out. Okay, hold on. let's go for that burn. Before we do anything else, let's just go for that burn. And then we can make a correction burn once we're on our way. Okay, we're locked on. Start time warping. The vehicle is now on the daytime side of the planet, and we can see everything we have on board. All of our cargo. All right, this burn will last 2 minutes and 33 seconds. So I'm going to time warp to the 1 minute 15 second mark. Or we'll do the 1 minute 30 second mark. Lighter engines. Slight tweak in our velocity there. There we go. And here's the view from inside the cockpit. You can see our 3 brave adventurers are accelerating nicely. And they're going to be in that pod for a little while. Quite a while indeed. So this rocket is very fuel efficient, but very low thrust. Thrust weight ratio of 0.5. So we're not accelerating very quickly, but that's okay, because now that we're in orbit, we can take that time to make a highly efficient burn. And then we'll be getting lighter as we burn fuel, which will mean we accelerate faster as well, which is nice. I don't know why we're getting... Oh, I see. So we do have a signal out to Keosat, but it's kind of weak. But our signal to Baikonur, which is a play on words for the Russian cosmodrome Baikonur. There we go. Now we're attached to Crater Rim, right there. The Crater Rim station right there. Okay. Signal's good. Comms good. Electricity is good. All looks good to me. All right. We are 100 meters per second of delta V remaining from our burn here. With that, I'm going to start throttling down. Try and hit it with a little bit more precision. Okay, so that is our that's our min-miss approach. Let's go back to our vehicle. I'm going to set a maneuver node here. Watch these numbers change. So that's going the wrong way. It's hard to read because all the numbers are moving, just because there's a lot going on. Let's zoom out a little bit, make it a little easier to read. There we go. 1,980,000, 830, 700, 600. And it's this number right here, min-miss periapsis. That's what I'm looking at because I want to get in nice and close. Where'd it go? Min-miss periapsis is 500. 507 is as low as I can get it. Minmus periapsis 151. Let's turn the sensitivity down on that, shall we? 96, 92, 89, 85, 82, 79, 72, 50, 40. That should be good. So we will call that maneuver good to go. And time warp up to it. So that maneuver is going to happen in 11 minutes game time. A few seconds here. Really, really small burn here. I do want to give myself extra time to do it because I'm not going to go at full throttle. Minmus periapsis of 43. All right, what's that? Minmus periapsis is now. Let's focus view. 45. Yeah, we'll take it. All right, so that is our trajectory right there. We have 494 meters per second left to go. Let's time warp to this point right here in our encounter. Everything looks good on the lander itself. We've got full sunlight exposure. All our batteries are charged. Everything's great. Everything's hunky-dory up here right now, which is good. Let's get to Minmus. There we are. So we are now in Minmus. I'm going to have Bill EVA here. And of course, I have placed the ladders on the opposite side. Classic. Okay. Let's do a crew report. Transmit. And transmit. Both of those reports are off. Let's log temperature. Keep temperature. Observe mystery goo. Keep. Conduct material science. Keep. This is where we're going to be very judicious about our science. We're going to log pressure. Keep. And then we're going to take our scientist, Bob. Bob Kerbin's going to get out of the capsule. And we're going to have him collect and restore our experiments. Take the data. Collect and restore. Take data. Board the ship. All right. So that's one round of experiments. We can review this. 5, 27, 30, 40. 40 science and experiments right there, which is excellent. Now, we are descending to Minmus. We're going to do this in 2 stages. I'm going to expend this last bit of our fuel here to circularize our orbit around Minmus. Right there. Let's go retrograde. And we're going to burn retrograde to capture ourselves in Minmus orbit. We're going to conduct one more round of orbital science, followed by a series of crew observations and EVA reports over the surface of Minmus, since we're in this nice polar orbit. Which means I can kind of milk it for all it's worth. But we'll start with the material science. Keep that. Mystery goo. Keep that. Temperature data, log, and keep. And log and keep. We'll do a crew report. We're still high over Mimus. Okay, so never mind. We're going to reset those. We're actually not low orbit yet. We're still technically high. So let's get low. That's 11. This better be low orbit because we are really low. Okay, let's try it now. Can I get a crew observation in low Mimus orbit or near? There we go. All right, Bob. EVA time. Go get him. Observe mystery goo. Keep experiment. Collect data. Restore. Let's go ahead and have you detach. Reset material study. Conduct material study. Keep experiment and collect data. Restore. Log pressure data. Overwrite. Keep. Take. Let's also do an EVA report from the lowlands. Log, overwrite, keep, take. Grab on and board. All right, let's review our data. Keep, 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 keep. Transmit. Keep, keep, keep. Okay. Jebediah, it's your turn to EVA. Give me an EVA report from the lowlands. Nope, board. All right, give me an EVA report now. Lesser flats, keep, board, transmit. So we're doing the same thing we did when we orbited the moon yesterday, where I'm going to have them get out, do an EVA report, because you get EVA data for every different biome you cross over. And we're going to cross over multiple here. Any Kerbin or Kerbal can do this. Here's the slopes. I'm going to lock us prograde while we're here. Bob, you can get out again. This is the Midlands. Keep board. Review store data. Transmit. We're at 185 science now. I think the highlands are down here. Let's try it. Let's EVA here. Jeb, you're up. Nope, still the Midlands. I don't really know where the highlands are. That's okay, we can orbit for a little bit. The highlands might be up here, actually. We'll try it. We could also do a plane change and try to get over the pole. Let's do a plane change. We've got the fuel for it. Let's do a maneuver here. Get an inclination of 90. Nice and easy. Right about right about there. Here we go. Get ready for our orbital plane change maneuver. This will get us in a polar orbit. Okay. There we go. Let's try an EVA report from here. Poles. There we go. Just above Mimesis. Poles. Keep board. Never mind the spinning. That's fine. It's all within margin of error for the mission. Okay. I think we've done about all the research we're going to do here. Could try an EVA report from the other side. Still the poles. Okay. So I don't properly know where the highlands are. But that's okay. We're going to try bringing it down on this cliff right here. That's the plan now. So I'm going to go retrograde. And we're going to expend this upper stage, basically. All right, we're on our descent now. And I'm going to use this upper stage for one more burn. We'll get a little closer. Okay, that'll be it. So that stage is effectively expended. Detach, deploy landing gear. I'm going to burn slightly off course from that so that it falls in a different spot from us. We're 1,200 meters up. That's impact. Lander is looking good. No issues so far. We're making our final descent. Final descent. Here we go. All right. Engines are on. Real slow controlled burn here. And drop. Touchdown. And that's it. We are on the ground on Minmus. Manned expedition to Minmus. Go ahead and conduct materials study. Keep. Observe mystery goo. Keep. Log pressure data. Keep. And we'll log temperature data. And keep that as well. All right, gentlemen, it's time to journey to the surface. Bill, you're going to EVA. I'm going to have you, without hitting the high gain antenna, watch out. Watch out for that. Land on the surface. Now, come over here to this container and have you deploy this photovoltaic array. You can put it right there. Good job, Bill. Now we'll have you stay down here. I'm going to switch to our module. Have Bob step out. And we will have him leave the parachute. That's fine. Set the science experiment up. We're going to have them get their jetpacks back out, but for now they can just leave them on the ground. But look at that! Bob is running around on the surface of Minmus. Beautiful. Alright. Let's bring him over here and have him deploy his science array. And then also the control station. Nope, over here. There it is. Alright, so that's our experiment set up. Let's have him just kind of carefully walk. Don't jump, don't jump, don't hit it. Back up, back up, back up, back up. Back up, back up, back up. Turn around. Drop that down. Alright, science is being accumulated at a rate of 0.492185 per hour. This guy is generating plenty of power. Total power needed, available too. Perfect. All right, so our science is set up. And it's operating properly. And let's get Jeb out here as well. Last man in the lander. Have him EVA. And since Jeb is, of course, the mission captain, we will have him come over here and plant the flag. This is going to be Minmus Research Outpost 1. No, let's call it something else. Minmus Landing Site Alpha. Jebediah, Bill, and Bob Kerman successfully navigated the blackness of space and have come to rest on the midlands of Minmus, Kerbin's smallest and most remote moon. Boom. Alright, gentlemen, the flag is down. Let's switch over to our scientist, Bob. He's going to take a surface sample. Keep that. Let's also do an EVA report. Keep that. This is where the big bucks. The surface samples on other planets is big science right here. Let's give you back your jetpack. Sweet. Perform EVA science. This is a nice little thing we can do as well for extra research. And boom. We've knocked a golf ball into orbit. Watching the astronaut look through the EVA science kit has given us conclusive evidence that the new situation has not improved their creativity. Initial testing of off-world sporting possibilities ago, not only do the ball flight characteristics allow for some... Not only do the ball flight characteristics allow for some spectacular shots, but real estate prices are currently still a bargain. We'll keep that. So that's a large chunk of science we have collected just in that little experiment right there. And we have set up our research post as well. So what I'm going to have Bob do now is arm his RCS pack. Have him grab onto this. Collect the data from the Science Junior and restore it. While I relearn how to use the jetpacks. Grab onto that. Collect the data and restore that. Store all experiments. And board the craft. Now, from the surface of Minmus, we can start to transmit some of this. The stuff that has full transmit value. Not those, not those, not those. We can transmit the science experiments. And we're just going to keep an eye on our electric charge up there. But we've got plenty. Transmit the EVA report. Keep the surface sample. Keep the material study. Okay. Bob's back in the lander. Let's take Bill out for a run, shall we? First, let's give him back his jetpack. Now, there should be some structures. If we can find a green moonstone, green sandstone. There's something out there. Let's see if there's anything else. Zoom out a little bit. So there's that. There's that. Oh, maybe that's something over here. Okay, looks like that's something down there. To the northeast. So we're going to have Bob take off in his jetpack, full throttle out there. And we'll just watch his fuel levels as we go. But he's going to do some EVA interplanetary flight. Or not interplanetary, but intra-surface flights. That's the stone. That's the stone I'm looking for right there. See that little pixel right there? A little dark spot? I think that's the rock we want. Yeah, it is. Look at that. Touchdown. Let's get up close to it. Should be able to collect this somehow, right? There we go. Pick up green sandstone. Boop, boop. Knock on that with a hammer. Green sandstone analysis from Minmiss's surface. It's going to be really hard to convince the folks back home that these aren't actually mint-flavored sugar cookies. Return this to have it analyzed and gain all information about it. So we have to bring it back to Kerbin to get the benefits of it. We can't transmit any science for that. If we had an orbital processing lab, we could process it in orbit. Otherwise, it's got to come back to the surface. So that's fine. We're going to load that back on our lander. And take a similar flight back to the landing site up here. All right, we are inbound. Nearly there. I wonder if we have any missions available to bring sandstone back. Because if we did, that would be an easy, easy couple of bucks to make. Because we've already got the sandstone. We just need to get these guys back. And we were already going to do that, you know? We were already planning on doing that. Alright, well, Jebediah is monitoring our ground experiments. Get on board here. So now we've got... let's take a total stock of everything. Yeah, that's a lot right there. That's a lot right there. Awesome. All right, let's take Jeb now. And have him board. All right, all the Kerbals are in the lander. We're going to keep them there for now. Let them stay on the surface for a little bit. In the meantime, let's go back to the Space Center, because we have already unlocked a bunch of new science. New and exciting scientific opportunities present themselves to us. But before we do anything else, I want to see if there's any other missions that we can accept related to Minmiss that our crew could do while they're there. We've got the extra Delta V. We've got the capabilities. For instance, so not this one. Not that one. Science data from the surface of the moon. Sure, we can accept that. Conduct temperature surveys of Minmiss. I'm going to decline this one. This is worth a lot. It's crew report in spaceflight. Above, above, below, above. Which is risky. Let's see where those crew reports are. If they're near our landing site, it'd be possible. It's not a no, it's a maybe. Oh, they're all over the place. I'm not going to do that. Because, like, one of them here, below... So we would need to be on the opposite side of the planet. We would have to land, take off, and take a crew report. The other ones we could do while just in orbit, but that one would be too risky. It pays a lot. It pays a lot. But just the fact that it wants us to go below 4,000 for that would be kind of ridiculous. Although, hold on. I guess we could, if we're smart, we drop our orbit down below that as we come over that area, and then we boost it back up. We could do it. It would just be tricky. And they're there. The crew's there. Let's try it. Let's try it. I like the money that it offers. We'll leave facility. Let's go back to the tracking station. Was there any other science we wanted to conduct? KSP Minimus Ranger. Why then? Was there any other science we wanted to conduct? That's the other question. We have a little bit of Delta V still to go. I don't know. I don't like 1237 is a lot, but to launch and re-land at another landing site, we could. We could try. Do we want to do one other launch? Well, hold on. Let me review some data here real quick. Analysis from Minimus surface. That's the green sandstone. Material study, temperature scan, mystery goo, atmospheric pressure scan, mystery goo again, material study, atmospheric temperature. Okay, so the surface samples are also biome specific. So we could do another surface sample and then run the goo and run our basic for research experiments. Yeah, let's try it. And we're going to go southeast. Okay, we'll also get a crew report as we pass over this area. And then we can go for the lesser flats. I'm going to lock retrograde. We are in our suborbital trajectory. Transmit that off. Okay, so we've done the first of those observations already, just because that one was close, which makes it convenient. I'm going to try to hover slam this. Okay. All right, so we're on our descent into the lesser flats with the manned crew. Trying to descend carefully. It's always risky. You've got real life Kerbals in here. And the chance of losing them is possible. You can see them there sitting in the HAB module on top of the stack. We are just going to descend, and at about 200 meters, I'm going to burn. Seven, 6, 5, 4. We'll do 3. 250. Well, we'll do 3. I chickened out. We could have done 200. My gut was right. 200 would have been the perfect gravity burn, but I'm erring on the side of caution here. Okay, let's fall a little bit more. Touchdown. All right. Material study. Keep it. Goo. Keep it. Crew report. Keep it. Now we're just going to have our scientist EVA here. Do our EVA report. Keep it. Collect data and restore. Collect data, restore. All right. Take a surface sample. Keep. And I think that's it. That's all we're going to do. Board the craft. Okay. So the other two spots are on the other side of the planet, right? So if we launch north... Keep. Transmit. Keep. There we go. Oh, and then we also have a crew report. Review report. Transmit. There we go. Excellent. Okay, let's get on target here. Oop. Too far. Get lined up. Okay. 10 times time acceleration. We'll get to apoapsis, get back into orbit. We can go from there. We have 839 meters per second of delta V. Hopefully that'll be enough to get us back to Kerbin. And keep us from burning up on re-entry to Kerbin. That's the other important factor. Okay. 800 meters per second left. We are in orbit. So now the name of the game becomes... basically stay in orbit until we pass over all the observation sites. So this will take a minute. Focus view. I want to focus view on Minmus. Dang it. Moho, Eve, Gilly, Kerbin, Mun, Minmus. There we go. Oh, we need to raise our PE a little bit more. Let's see. This one's below, that one's above, and that one's above. Let's go prograde. There we go. Okay. Now we should be on course for a crew report here. All right, we are entering the area. Crew report, transmit. So this is the one where we need to get low, right? Okay, so here's my plan. We're going to go... First, we're going to burn this way. We're also going to burn down. Okay, so this is going to be a bit of tricky flying. But I'm going to point prograde and up. And what should happen is we make the observation, right? We make this observation, and then I just burn to keep us from crashing into the planet. We do a quick burn, radial out to boost our altitude, and then we call it good. But we're going to skim here for a second. I don't think we're going to hit anything. Map view says we'll clear everything, but we're going to be low. Alright, crew report time. Transmit. Burn. Alright, that was the riskiest maneuver that we had to do for that mission. Sorry for the quiet, but I had to really think and concentrate here because we are still on a tight Delta V budget to get back. But I wanted to get that snapshot done. Let's go prograde. There we go. Crew report, transmit. That's the observational surveys complete. Now we just need to return to Kerbin. So, zooming out, we're already kind of lined up right. And I just want to set a burn. We'll start it here. Kerbin periapsis. Okay. Oh, are we getting a lunar encounter too? Hold on. go. Let's do that for our first burn, and then we can make adjustments as necessary once we're past Minmus's sphere of influence. It's going to be too complicated to try and navigate 2 spheres of influence back to Kerbin, so I'm not going to try that. Instead, we're just going to burn from here. All right, return burn in 3, 2, 1, lighting the engines. And throttle down, throttle down, throttle down, throttle down. That kicks us out of Kerbin's sphere of influence. And I'm going to manually adjust from here. So we do hit the moon, but I'm actually okay doing a flyby of the moon on the return path. It just depends on where our orbit goes after that. Because we could potentially, if we're smart, use the moon as a gravity assist on the way back. And in fact, it does actually look like that's what it does. Because if we look here, our periapsis is 227 right now, which is not bad. And we can bring it down as we do this flyby. For very little fuel, we're getting good efficiency here. Oh, nope, now we're going the wrong way. Okay, that's kind of a min right there. But let's see what we can do inside the moon's sphere of influence. So at moon periapsis, our closest point of approach, actually do it farther away. There we go. So we're going to fall from Minmus. And as we fall, it's actually going to take multiple revolutions for us to come around. And we've got our first 13.5 science points back from that surface deployed scanner while we were there, which is nice. Let's go prograde. 30 meter per second burn, nice and small. And we are at 59 kilometers above the surface of Kerbin. We've got a moon flyby for our crew, so now everyone has done a flyby of both moons, Minmus and the moon. Is there any more science to be conducted or recovered from here? I'm not sure, but let's try. Let's why not? Review data. Keep that. Let's have our pilot or our scientist get out and get some of that data. Have him EVA. Again, we're milking this for all we can get out of it. Collect data, restore. Let's come over to our science bay here. Collect and restore that. Take the data, log pressure data, keep that. Take the data, even though it didn't give us anything. EVA report, keep it, why not? We're just doing extra science, extra reports, even repeats. Take data, log temperature, keep data. Board. Do a crew report for good measure. And we'll continue our flyby. So, we're flying by. And we'll actually intercept the moon a second time. But not really. We're not actually going to intercept the moon a second time. Oh, come back, go back, go back, back. There we go. Min-Miss Ranger. And we should have enough Delta V to drop our orbit way down here. We actually have more than the last time we did this from the moon. When we did our free fall trajectory, we had 384. Now we have 466. That's quite a bit more. So much so that we should have no problem here. Let's get a little lower. All right, light the engine. And I'm going to burn a little off retrograde so that I don't push my periapsis too much farther down. I want to keep it at above 45. Or about 45. Probably above 40. Looks like we'll do that right here. Okay. Fully expended the lower stage. Don't need any of that. We didn't need that extra set of solar panels. So let's detach. And we'll detach off axis here. Push that away. Try and lock retrograde and let it fall. Okay, now as we come around, our capsule is now oriented properly. This is going to be a re-entry over land instead of over the ocean, but that's okay. And we are re-entering the atmosphere, coming in nice and hot and fast. Our ablator is holding up, though. Temperatures are within band. I'm not too concerned. I think this will be a successful return. We're not going to skip. Our apoapsis is still falling. We might bounce. No, we're not going to bounce. Okay, apoapsis is now in the atmosphere, so we are fully captured. We're actually going up in altitude a little bit, but now we're fully decelerating. So that was about the upper limit of our a corridor, basically. Otherwise, we would have skipped and we would have gone around a second time. But now we are pretty much decelerated. Actually, still going very fast. And it's going to take a minute just because of how shallow our trajectory was for us to fall the rest of the way. And in fact, we came out so much, we did kind of skip because we dug through the lower, came out. Now we're coming back for a second round. This one will be the one that fully catches us. There we go. There we go. Now our velocity is dropping. And we're decelerating, and we're decelerating. Nice and hot. Ablator is still holding up. Haven't really lost a ton of ablator, actually. Nope. Plenty. We were definitely within margins. 14,000 meters up. We are going to descend in the night, but that's okay. Our crew is hanging in there valiantly. Go ahead and deploy the chute a little early. And we are underway down on the chute. Hopefully not too fast. Nope. Look at that. And we've landed. All right, I'm going to EVA Bill here. Let's remove helmet, remove neck ring. Let's take a surface sample. Why not? Keep it. EVA report from Kerbin's mountains. We did land, in fact, in the mountains, and we'll call this the Minmus Ranger return site. Minmus Ranger return site. Jeb, Bill, and Bob safely returned to the mountains of Kerbin after a grueling multi-week mission to Minmus. Can I get back into the pod, maybe? Maybe not. Oh, no! I don't want to knock the pod over. Can I recover the vessel? Oh, cancel. Let go. Okay. I might have to do this in 2 stages. Let's recover Bill. The vessel's on the ground and it's stationary, so it'll be fine. We'll recover the astronaut. I guess that's just Bill we're recovering. Just standing there all by himself. Right? Right? Should be. Yeah, it's just Bill. The personal chute, the jetpack, and that. And he's level 2 now, which is pretty sweet. Let's go to our tracking center. Now we got to go find the Minmus Ranger pod that's sitting there in the mountains, and we'll recover it. It's somewhere out there. There it is. KSP Minmus Ranger, recover. Woo! 1,000 science, baby. 627 science earned on that mission alone. A ton of funds. And our crews are all leveled up. We are cooking now, everybody. We are cooking big time. We've explored Minmus. We have tons of funds. We can start hiring new astronauts if we want to. Next mission is to explore Eve. I don't really want to explore Eve yet. I'd like to kind of get some more tech before we do that. We have 1,000, right? Which is awesome. That's going to let us do a lot of cool stuff. One, let's go ahead and research this. And then we'll have the command modules research we can go after. Let's also research propulsion systems, efficient propulsion, high efficiency propulsion, and advanced fuel systems. That's going to get a lot of our big rocket needs out of the way. And then we'll do the large command modules. Specialized control, I'll wait on. Advanced landing, I'll wait on. Aerodynamics, I'll wait on. We could do precision engineering, which gives us the other communicatrons and the relay antennas, so we can get some more advanced stuff. It also gives us the PD3 weather analyzer, which is worth it on its own. And then that gives us advanced electrics. So we get the deployable solar panels and the larger batteries, or heat management, which gives us the drill. I don't really need the drill yet, but the advanced electrics will be worth it. So we've unlocked all that, which is awesome. So here's what we can do. Let's adjust the satellite orbit, because that's easy. I might be able to conduct temperature surveys of the moon. It doesn't need to be manned. Oh, but it needs to be below. Disregard. Decline. We'll go to the moon. That'll be our next mission. So, bring Moonstone back with you. Gather surface-deployed mystery goo observation science from the surface of the moon. We'll take that. And then we'll do this one where we do observations in spaceflight above the moon. We'll do all those missions. Let's go to our vehicle assembly building. Because the other thing we're going to do is we're going to build our orbital lab. And we're going to put that in orbit. We're going to put it in low Kerbin orbit. I think that's the plan. We'll start with the Mark II lander can as our core stage, right? This will be the control pod, basically. And then we'll go science. Unlock this guy. We'll put him on the bottom. So that's the core of the station. I'm going to equip it with a basic science suite. Which I think we have... That's the 1.25. Yeah, no, not that. We'll just do it on the outside. 2 hot thermometer. And a barometric pressure is all we're going to put on it for now. I do want it to be controllable when I don't have anybody on board. So we're going to put the new Probodyne HECS probe module on it. Now, electrical. We've got these larger Z400 battery packs. Those are going to go on right there. And then we're going to purchase these photovoltaic arrays. Which will start right there. I guess I could make them bigger, but I don't really want to scale those up right now. We don't need to scale them up. They're fine as is. Mobility, don't really need anything mobility-wise. Communications will be important. So, for direct Kerbin to satellite communications, the standard antenna is all we need. I would like a docking ring on this, though. I don't think we've unlocked that. Maybe we wait. Maybe we wait. I think we wait. Okay, disregard. Disregard. We're going to change tactic here. We're not going to do that quite yet. Because I realize we don't have docking antennas yet. What are our missions? Krebsat 3 in an adjusted orbit. Science data from the surface of the moon. Observational surveys of the moon. Surface deployed. Okay, got it. Let's start with what we're going to need here. Mark 1.3 command pod. So we've got the command pod. And we got the thermal shield. And we've got the parachute. We're going to have to buy all these to unlock them. It's expensive the first time, but it'll be okay. And the big decoupler. Alright. We don't have the big service bay. I guess, can I scale up this one? I can. To a 2.5. So here's what we can do. We can put our science in this service bay, as well as all of our other stuff. So, the Science Junior can go in there. The mystery goo can go in there. We'll put all of our batteries in there eventually. There we go. We'll put our experiments. These can go on the bottom down here. And then electrical, we can put the batteries. Okay, so we've got plenty of power, plenty of science. Let's put our voltaic arrays. Actually, we'll do the strut here. And then the array on top of the strut. Like so. Get a little bit better exposure. Maybe a different strut. Maybe the modular grid segment. It's too big. Maybe the octagonal strut, but we scale it up. And then we move this whole thing in one click. Like that. There we go. Alright, so that's the service bay laid out. We do have some extra space. We could put some RCS in there. But I don't think we're going to need RCS at this point. Not at this stage. I guess we could also put the inline stabilizer, but again, I don't think we really need it. We could, I suppose, put the little stabilizer on it. Nah, it's not worth it. It really is not worth it. Alright, fuel tanks. So these cost quite a bit each, but they're good. And then engines. Here's where we really start to shine. The Poodle, my favorite engine in the game, the Poodle. It's a beautiful engine. Okay. Utility, let's go with the mobility enhancer. How about this? How about we do just little stairs, manual stairs, up. Like that, and then one more. And then we just adjust that in very, very slightly. Very, very slightly here. Okay. I think that'll work. So we've got our ladder to get down. Close that up. Retract that. Communications will be via the Communitron 16. We're just going to put one on the side here. Does not need to be more complex than that. We'll start that retracted. Okay, so that is our lander. I don't think there's anything else. Oh. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. We need these guys. This is the SEQ6. We'll put that there and then fill it up with cargo. So I need a goo power probe. The weather one's not going to do us any good yet. We'll purchase it, but we're not going to use it. I'll put science and a couple repair kits. Okay. So that's our lander. Now let's go to coupling again. And let's go to payload. Should be fine. Should be fine. I think this is mostly retracted in. It's not going to interfere too much. Okay. Fuel tanks. Let's get this one, and let's get this one. So this is the Rocka Max. We're going to put another poodle on it. Let's check our Delta V. Oh, vacuum. There we go. All right. Pretty good, pretty good. That'll work for the moon. That'll definitely get us back. So that's a good stage for that. Good stage for that. As far as getting us there. But we're going to need more thrust to get this off the pad. And that's where our next stage comes in. So let's do another coupler. All right, so that's the top of the stack. Let's go down back to the bottom. We're going to use the Jumbo 64. Big old rocket tank here. And then engines. The skipper. Let's add just a little bit more fuel to this. Okay. Coupling. Let's do the radial decouplers. So we're going to do this tactic again. Fuel tanks. Do we have the curved top fuel tank or no? I don't think we do. I can scale this up. Or, better yet, we do have this fuel tank. We could scale this up. It's a bit obnoxious, but it's a lot of fuel. Okay. Let's put these with those, that with those. 0.93. All right, let's rotate this around. Well, we could do this. We do have the kickback solid rocket booster now available to us. For a little bit extra thrust. This gives us a thrust weight ratio of 1.28, so it will get off the ground barely. What if we went for 4? Could we do 4? Not quite. That's fine. I was getting a little greedy with 4. That's fine. Okay. So these separate off. Then this separates, and then this separates. We'll make that the same stage. Oh, and then we need this. There we go. Boom. There we go. We're overweight. Kind of figured that would happen. Just making a absolute monster of a rocket over here. But we are, in fact, overweight. Okay, so here's new plan. We're overcomplicating it a little bit there, right? We're overcomplicating it. All right, so hear me out. Big first stage does not have the thrust weight ratio to get us to orbit. That's fine. That's fine. Coupling. We do 6. Count them. 6 boosters. And then we burn 1.86. See, now that's workable right there. Ah, but that also takes us... How heavy are they? Ah! This is such a monster of a vehicle. Okay. We're getting too ambitious with that. Let's open up the Minmus Ranger. It worked on Minmus. we're starting to go crazy over here with a rocket that's just not feasible to get to the moon, which is unfortunate, but fine. We'll tone it down a bit. So I'm going to make some slight tweaks to the Minmus Ranger based on the technology we've unlocked. We can have these panels, which are a little bit better. I'm going to ditch this and instead just use the Communitron DTS M1, which is a better antenna. We'll keep... actually, hold on. Ditch. Just the one. We'll keep the one regular Communitron available. Oh, and sorry. One more thing we're going to do. We're going to fix my silly mistake and put these on the right side of the vehicle. Okay. So that we can actually climb off the vehicle. Because I put these on the wrong side earlier, because I'm a silly guy. Just a silly boy. Doing silly things. Alright, now that will work. We can put this back up there. We can put this up there. Put this down here. We can put this up here. See, all's good. All's good now. That'll make everything just a little bit easier, a little bit simpler. I don't think there's really anything else that I wanted to do here. I guess we have this battery we could use, which is like a stack battery. Vice all these. So we could pull these off. Pull that off. Slap that in. For a little bit extra electrical storage. Does make the rocket taller again, but you know, it's fine. That'll work. Okay. I think that's all good to go. Is there any other utility science we can pack along? I don't think so. I think that's about everything, right? It's about everything we will want to take with us. I don't want to build a rover on this mission either. We will need to edit this fairing slightly. There we go. Other than that, the Delta V doesn't change a whole lot. It's all about the same. Just make sure thrust weight ratio looks good. After separation. Yeah, I think it's fine. And this one is within the margins of our program. Of our vehicle launch pad is what's limiting us now. Yeah. Okay. That's good to go. KSP, Lunar Ranger. Two. Save. Launch. So Lunar Ranger 1 was orbital. Lunar Ranger 2 is going to land, and it's going to take the full crew. A scientist, an engineer, and a pilot. We're going to give them great opportunity to get some experience, plant some more flags, land on some more planets. It'll be good. It'll be good for them. It'll be great. And this will be our first time taking out level 2 guys. So if I turn SAS on now, I should have more options. Yeah, I've got normal, anti-normal, in and out, which is pretty sick. Jeb, it's pretty sick. He's a more talented pilot. First stage, booster separation, fairing deployment, second stage, lander, reentry, parachute. Staging analysis is satisfactory. We are ready to launch. And we have liftoff. Our thrust weight ratio is 1, basically. But we're pulling away from the planet now. And I'm going to start our pitch over. We'll wait until our thrust weight ratio is a little higher, because we are starting low. .32, 1.36, 1.4. All right. Lock prograde. Hold that heading for a little bit. Throttle down. Let's look at our apoapsis. Is this coming up the way I'd expect it to? Yes. Okay. Lock prograde. I'm going to turn and make a correction. Try and make some corrections. Get us back on an actual easterly course. There we go. Throttle down some more. Korolev cross. Booster separation. And they fall away. Looks good. Alright. Get our thrust going up here. And we are at 7.4. We'll throttle down now. Okay. Split off the fairing. We can extend our solar panels. Start soaking up them sweet, sweet sun rays, and also extend our antenna. I think we're going to fully expend the main stage on this launch, but that's fine. Our upper stage has the fuel for the rest of the mission for sure. We're only 100 or so off from here. There's periapsis. And orbit. Okay. We've got 1,300 meters per second flat of delta V on this stage. Let's take the moon, set it as target. Right about here at our maneuver. Too far, too far. Okay, let's get our moon periapsis nice and close. $44. 30's good. 30's probably enough. Okay. Warp to that maneuver. Now this spaceship is kind of jank for a 3 Kerbal mission to the moon, but you know, whatever. It's Kerbal Space Program. It's meant to be a little janky. Wait till we're 1 minute away. There we go, and start the burn. All right, this burn is going to last 2 minutes, and it should deposit us 33 kilometers above the moon's surface at our closest point of approach. Perimoon. There is the moon right there. All of our onboard consumables are looking good. That one giant battery was worth 12 of the small batteries. So that helps cut down on part count and simplifies the rocket a lot. Also turn on our lights. Now, we're not going to have the margin to do the kind of wiggling around we did on the Min-Miss mission, where we were going after all those observational sites. Instead, for these observations, it's all above 10,000, so we don't need to go low, and I'm just going to put us in a polar orbit. We'll go over a couple of times, take the crew observations, and then come back. I'm going to try and land on the equator and launch from the equator on the moon. That's the goal. But we'll try and enter the moon in a polar orbit. And we can do that by adjusting our trajectory mid-flight once we finish this burn. With the additional 500 meters per second of delta V that we have, we should only need to spend about 100 total, which gives us 400 meters per second once we're at the moon to get captured and drop us into our landing. And then the 1,200 meters per second on the lander from there is to finish the landing and get us back to Kerbin, and it should be enough. It'll be tight. I think it'll be a little tighter than our Min-Miss mission by probably a couple hundred meters per second, but we did have excess on the Min-Miss mission. So we have the margins on this design. And we'll be able to get down, deploy our surface science, take some samples, collect some moonstones, and go from there. That's the plan. All right, we are close on our burn. I'm going to burn on the burn trajectory here. Okay, that's the moon periaps actual. So I'm going to ignore this for now. We're just going to do this manually for a bit. There we go. So that's 30,000 meters, moon periapsis. Let's focus view on this. Now, what we can do is let's go anti-normal. And those are all pretty polar to me. All right, let's keep going. Now I'm making little adjustments here, trying to get into as high of a polar orbit as I can. And it's way, 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 way cheaper to change our inclination here than it is to change it at the moon. So I'm gonna do that here while I can. Okay, and then let's also lower us down a little bit. Sorry, let's keep going this way. That's fine. All right, that's good enough for now. Let's plan a maneuver here and see how much this will cost us. So capture a little over 150. Okay, so we can fully expend our second stage, and we'll use the top bit of our lander stage to get into lunar orbit, into low lunar orbit, and then we're going to have to use the rest of our lander stage for the landing. And we'll see what it takes from there. But we're now in lunar orbit. Let's lock retrograde. Let the craft actually lock retrograde here. Come to a stop. All right, start our capture burn. We're going to fully expend this outer stage, and then we'll just be on our lander. All right. That's capture. We have 1,253 meters per second left to work with here. Is there any science we can acquire while we're here? Not worth it. No, pretty much all of this has been taken up. That's fine. Let's get our crew observation reports ready. May have to wait a couple of orbits. Oh, we're going to have to wait several orbits. We're going the wrong way. These are all above, so it shouldn't be too hard. Okay, next pass, we'll get it. Here we go. Are we too high up? We may be too high up. We're going to have to come down lower anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and lower orbit now. We'll lower to 20. Oh, okay, so it is like a sphere, basically. And let's lower this to 20 as well. Close enough. Okay, coming around for the first observational pass. We are entering zone 8, TAC 1R3V. Take our crew report, transmit it. And we are, in fact, passively collecting science from our mystery goo, which is great. Let's navigate to this guy next, and we should be able to catch these both in a single pass. Entering sector. Crew report, transmit. And then the last sector as we come up on it. Entering sector L6 Bravo 9. Crew report and transmit. All right, so that is the survey mission complete, which that alone funds the rocket. Now let's start thinking about landing sites. I think we may want to wait a little bit. A little bit longer. There we go. Okay. So, this crater is where Mooner 1 is. Actually, I'm going to wait a little longer. It's fine. We've got the time. We've got the endurance for this mission. I don't want to land dark side of the moon, though. Hold on. Another revolution. There we go. Okay. We'll land here now. 321. 486. It's a tight margin. Okay. We are actually going to blow past this because I want to get down to the equator. There we go. All right, we'll start our burn now. Well, we've got good sunlight and a good connection to Earth, or Kerbin. I don't want to strand these guys. At the very least, worst case scenario, we get them back into orbit and then we have to send a tug to go and pick them up. That's like the worst possible thing that could happen is we get them stranded in orbit. Okay. The other thing we can do to save on weight is to ditch all the science hardware. We have an engineer on board. We can pull all the mission hardware off and have Bill basically go out there, pull this off, pull all these off, pull the containers off, pull the extra communication antenna off, pull the goo off, pull the lights off. I mean, just like ditch everything. And from there, that'll save us on weight. I'm not going to land in that crater, am I? I don't think so. I think we'll land right on the edge of the crater. I don't think I'm going to be able to get him back to Kerbin on this alone. Moon's too big, dude. Oh no, not sticky keys. Ah, shoot, sticky keys messed me up. Oh, that cost me Delta V. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, that's touchdown. 370 meters per second of Delta V to go. We'll see if we can stretch that a little thinner. Or bump that number up by dropping some weight. Basically throwing everything out. Well, let's start by climbing down here. We do have the ability to climb all the way down, which is nice. All right, so we've got Bill on the ground. Let's give him a solar panel. Place that. And we'll have Bill plant the flag. I don't think... Yeah, we can plant a flag for him. All right, Bill. Plant the flag. KSP, Mooner, Ranger, Site, Alpha. Jeb, Bill, and Bob Kerman have successfully set foot on the moon. One small step for Kerbal, one giant leap for Kerbal kind. Nice. It's good. It's a good plaque. All right, let's go get our scientist out. Have him EVA. Grab the ladder. Down he goes. You do have to... It's not too hard to use the ladder. You do have to let go and kind of fall for a second, but not too crazy. Let's have him deploy this. And then have him go back and get the experiment control station. We can also take a surface sample, keep that. Perform an EVA report, keep that. Perform EVA science. This is the big science coming in. The big science bucks. Keep that as well. Perfect. All right, let's go and get our jetpack back. And that's about all the work that can be done, so we're going to switch back to Bob. Have him climb back into the module here. And see how easy it is to climb up. Shouldn't be too bad. I should be able to get up here with without too much hassle. Never mind. Climbing up is a no-go. So we'll instead use the jetpack. Come on, board. There we go. All right. Now Bill is here to do some work. Take that off. Take that off. Take that off. Nice. I won't take off the experiments quite yet. We'll collect those real quick. Log pressure data, keep. Observe mystery goo, keep. Conduct materials science study, keep. Log temperature data, keep. And then perform a crew report and keep that. We'll have our scientist hop out of the module one more time. Climb down here, take everything, collect and restore that. Take that data, collect and restore that. And fall all the way back to the ground again. Okay. All right, let's try this again. Up. Boost, 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 boost. Grab, board. All right. Now, Bill can get back to work. Let's start stripping this down. Parts. And we're just going to put all this on here. I had a green. There we go. And that satellite dish, or the antenna broke. That's fine. Do we have enough battery? I think we do. I think we do. I think we have enough battery. I'm leaving everything. Everything I can leave behind is getting left behind. Let's take these off. We can attach these to random things. I do want to keep one comms antenna available. Trying to attach it somewhere. There we go. Fine, we'll just drop that. Okay, so we have stripped the ship of all unnecessary pieces. We need a moonstone, though, before we leave, and I think that's a moonstone right there. Or is that a crater? That looks like a crater. I need to find myself a moonstone somewhere. Let's bounce on over here. There we go. Switch over to our consumables. I think that's a moonstone right there. Yeah, that looks like a moonstone to me, baby. Let's go pick that up. Touchdown on the moonstone. Pick up the moonstone. Use our little pickaxe. Grab that bad boy. Throw it in my inventory. It's worth 72 science on its own. And then return to base with the jetpack We can burn a little bit more fuel here, be a little bit more aggressive. Oh, and we are in the Kerbin shadow, it seems. Wow. We just get eclipsed? Yeah, we did. That was weird. Okay, a little high up, but that's fine. Come down for a nice soft landing. The moon has a lot more gravity than Minmus, so I have to be a little bit more careful here. And touchdown. Alright, sweet. I think I am actually going to take one of these solar panels back and put it on the ship. Not both, but one. I do want to save as much energy as possible. But one solar panel there. Because we're going to want a way to restore power. It's just the nature of it. Okay. What's our Delta V? 405. So we've bought ourselves some Delta V. Not a lot, though. Let's see. I don't think throwing out those bags is going to do a whole lot. Let's just look at where we want to go. East, right? Alright, let's save game real quick. In case this goes sideways. Okay, Bill's going to get out again. Off. 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 Board. That's not enough. All right. Load save. Quick save 1. All right, the boys are on the moon, and they are stuck. We have got them stuck on the moon. We need a return capsule. Because they're not coming back on their own power. Well, since they're not coming back on their own power, we can do a couple things. Let's, one, put the solar panel back on. Since there's no reason to keep it off. Alright. That'll at least give us a little bit more power. Oh, no. No, no, no. Okay. Try that again. Jump. Up. 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 Grab. Board. Okay. So, we've got our boys safely on the moon, but stranded. Certainly stranded. We need to come up with some creative solutions to get them back to us. We've completed one of our missions, which was to do the surveys, and that gave us some money. Some money we can use to fund another rocket. But we're going to need to come up with a vehicle that can get 3 Kerbals back from the moon. We'll save on weight by not bringing any science equipment. We can also get some money by having that. Let's do that one as well. All right. We're going to do a couple quick missions. One, we're going to do the CurbSat 3 adjustment. We're going to transmit some science from the surface of the moon, transmit some science from space around Minmus. We're going to do those missions. First, let's fly CurbSat 3. It looks like they want us to put it in a higher orbit, which is something we can absolutely do. Let's get ourselves situated here. Okay. Oh, not a higher orbit, a change in inclination. All right, well, we'll hit the descending node and burn normal to the plane. That's easy enough. Doesn't look like it's a huge plane change maneuver either. So that's one mission done. All right, data from space around Minmus. We do have a satellite in orbit, Minsat 1. Let's switch to it. And then surface the moon, we can transmit the science that we got from our Lunar Ranger 2. Let's see, where is my science experiments? There they are. Log pressure data, transmit pressure data. Off it goes, and that contract is complete. Okay, so next it's the data from the surface of the moon. And we have a... Well, we have them, but they're in Eclipse right now, so I'm actually going to go to Lunar 1, which is the landing probe, and we'll transmit from that one instead. Accomplishes the same thing. I'm going to wait till they're in sunlight before I transmit their data. Here's our little probe. Here's my thermometer. Log temperature, transmit temperature. Boom. We can very quickly also plant a flag on the moon. Let's go back to the Space Center real quick. I'm going to get rid of the debris that I put down. So all that junk that's next to the lander, I'm just going to get rid of that from the tracking center. And then we'll switch to our Lunar Ranger 2. And we'll plant a flag. We'll have Jebediah, or whichever guy hasn't planted a flag yet, we'll have them plant a flag, because it's experience when you plant flags. And experience is good. We're also almost at 1 million credits, so we have easily recouped all the costs of our mission by doing all these side contracts, which is sweet. Let's see. So this guy, terminate. Yes. This guy, terminate. Yes. This guy, terminate. Yes, Matt Dorfscraft. Rescue Craft 1. Recover. Great. Anything else? Lunar Ranger 2. There she is. Alright. Fly Lunar Ranger 2. Switch back to them. Transmit off. No, we don't need to transmit off anything. We'll save the data. Save the data we've got for now. It is nighttime. We are slowly burning through electricity. If I turn SAS off, there we go. So we're all powered down for night operations. Jebediah will go EVA. And we'll walk a little ways. Yeah, we'll walk a little ways and plant a flag. Plant flag, flag 2. And we don't even have to keep it. Flag 2. Test. Okay. Let's get him back in the landing pod. Ah, I totally botched that. Okay. Bounce. There we go. And he's in. All right, back to the Space Center we go. Hi, cat. What you doing? There we go. Good cat. What? Okay. What? There we go. All right, we're at 1,000,000 credits, which is awesome. Moonsat 1, adjusted orbit. That's fine. That's fine. We'll leave that for now. So we could upgrade the launch pad, and that would remove the weight and size limits, which is what our vehicle is running into. So I think I'm going to do that. A better launch pad. We'll leave off everything else. I guess we could upgrade our administrative building. But for now, let's focus on recovering our astronauts. So I'm going to leave facility. There we go. All right. Rescue time. So we could do the pomegranate. We'll do the pomegranate. That's fine. We can do the pomegranate with this guy. And with where is it? This guy. It's been proven to save them. This configuration will work. Just as a insurance policy, we could put 2 regular parachutes here. And in fact, I think I will just have these 2. Instead, and we can get rid of that. Instead, we'll put a guidance module on it. Right there. Okay, so that will be the return probe. It's got the ablator built in. Fuel tanks. So here's where we're going to change it up a little bit. I've been using the narrower diameter, the 1.25 meter, but we're going to switch to the 1.875 diameter fuel tanks. These larger fuel tanks. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Someone wants to be helped. Come here. Go. All right. There you go. You're fine. I'm going to use these larger fuel tanks, and we're going to use the cheetah. The cheetah. Isn't that right, little kitty? Yeah? The cheetah's good. We like the cheetah. Okay. Let's move this up a little bit. We're going to need some landing gear. We're going to keep it too small. As light as we can get it. And then we'll do the mobility enhancer. And I'm actually going to push this out a little bit. That's as far as it'll go. Okay, that's fine. Extend the ladder down. Okay. Alright, never mind. We're going to change this up. If you bite me, I'm going to smack you, cat. Oh my goodness. If you bite me, I'm going to smack you. She wants attention, and she's like, if I bite him, then he'll pay attention. Which is true. I'll start paying attention to her if she bites me, but I won't be happy. I am actively petting you, you silly thing. Oh my goodness. Alright. That's the rescue lander, basically. Like, there's not much more I'm going to put on this. I put you in my lap, and then you jumped off, and now you're asking for more attention. Do you see how dumb you are for that? Do you understand why that doesn't make any sense? Oh my goodness. All right. So this is our lander. We'll start retracted. Now, we need a coupler. The TD-18 specifically. No biting. I told you I'd be angry if I bit you, if you bit me. And then you bit me, and now I'm angry. Because you bit me. You dumb animal. Alright. Stop distracting me. Let's get back to the task at hand, which is we need to... I need better fairings, actually. KSP Lunar Rescue. Save this for now. Let's finish adding the fuel tanks. So there's this one. Let's go ahead and add this one with another cheetah. And then we'll add our remaining stages. So one... fuel tanks. We'll do 2 more of these. And then we go for the Bobcat. There's a sick little rocket. I love the Bobcat. She's really good. 4 by... Four might be a bit much. Let's start with 2. And we can work our way up to 4 if we decide we need it. We're going to do the same thing we did with the ascent stage, right? So we have these big ol' rocket fuel tanks right here. And then we'll put the Bobcat engines on those. Call it good. Get them parallel. Closer. Okay. What kind of delta V does that buy us, huh? Oh, vacuum. That's right. There we go. All right. So 2457 on that top stage. But I don't know if that's actually going to be enough. So, 3-way symmetry time. We got to get these parallel again. Line them up. There we go. What? What? Here. Come here. Come here. What's the matter? What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you? You're gonna meow into the mic for me? Can I get you to purr into the mic, maybe? Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's the microphone. You silly thing. Okay, I'm gonna set you down now. Ready? Go. Okay. What's this bias? Oh, right. It's like, it's not showing me the delta V properly. It's because I haven't connected them. There we go. That is a good chunk of delta V right there. Let's throw some struts on it to get it structurally sound, because that's always an issue. And then we'll launch it. Okay. Oh, wait. Before we launch it, sorry. We're going to save. We're going to leave the facility. Before we launch it, we need to try and find the tech node that gives us the fairings. We should have enough science for it. And if not, we can pull a little bit more science from our guys on the moon. Is it advanced construction? Yeah, it is. Okay. We have 39.7, but if we go to the tracking center, let's go back to our boys who are so valiantly holding down the outpost on the moon. KSB Lunar Ranger 2. Someone is just in need of attention, isn't she? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Meow. Yeah. Yeah. If I stop petting her, she makes noise. What? What? I just pet you a bunch. Okay, let's wait for daylight. There we go. That's some daylight right there. Now we have a bunch of data on board. We got to keep some of this, but we can transmit a bunch too. What does that give us? 99, 118. There we go. That's enough on its own. Plus any more additional data points that are deployed science on 2 separate planets will give us. What? What do you want? You wanna play with the microphone again? What? What? Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Do you want me to pet you? Do you want me to pet you? Meow. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'll pet you. Why are you sticking your leg up? Why are you sticking your leg up like that, silly girl? Silly cat. All right. Adjust the mic again. Apologize for the mic adjusting sounds. There we go. Research and development, advanced construction. This will actually make a lot of things a little bit better because we get the bigger fairings. We also get the other nose cone, the separators, the big nose cone. Does this give us docking ports? It does. It gives us the Clampetron Jr. So we need that big time. The other one is actuators, which gives us the grabbing units, which are handy in their own right. And then we'll have to upgrade our research and development center again to get into this stuff. Fusion rockets is up here, high energy nuclear, pebble bed reactor, molten salt reactor, the liquid cooled metal reactor, the Nerva solid core fission And the Tory nuclear ramjet. Those are when it starts getting really interesting. Resistojet. Man, there's some cool stuff up here. Specialized fuel storage. Inline inflatable cryogenic liquid fuel tanks. Allows thermal engines to use additional modes. Wow. All right, sorry, I'm getting a little distracted. So this is the ultimate technology, right? It's fast and light. The Alcubierre drive. We have a folding one, and then we have a light and a heavy Alcubierre drive. Quantum gravity. Radiant drive, laser core, antimatter engine. Quantum singularity reactor. K-Spikes, KSPIE Sage. After positive reception is surge, demand surged for a more compact and economical version for smaller space planes. Wildly popular J61 jet frame was chosen, but some design considerations of this made it inadequate for flight in thick atmosphere. Supercritical antimatter gas engine. Oh, gas in, antimatter out space engine? Wow, that's some crazy stuff up there. Exotic electrical systems. Extreme electrical systems. IXS atmospheric scoop. From unusual Xenon, if you're a good pilot, you can scoop it up. Yikes. Gas skimming through Joule, that'd be an experiment right there. Extreme heat management. Metallic hydrogen engines. Holy cow. We're just scratching the surface of a whole field of science ahead of us. But we're going to have to get to that later. Right now, we've got 3 Kerbals stuck on the moon that need our attention. So we're going to get to them first. Let's start by throwing a fairing on this to protect the rest of our payload. And then we'll launch this mission and get them back. Because we need them. We need our boys back home, don't we? Don't we, kitty? She's not the brightest bulb. KSP 2 Lunar Ranger. KSP Lunar Rescue. Lunar Rescue. Where'd it go? KSP Lunar Rescue. There we go. Load this bad boy up. Alright, so everything up until this point. Right? That's where the payload fairing is going to have to start. Put that there. Oh, perfect. 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 Okay. Will that clip? No, it won't. It's perfect. It's perfect. All right. Beautiful rocket we got here. Let's send it. Let's launch it, baby. Let's get them back. Oh my goodness, you're eating out. You're so sad. Are you hungry? I fed you this morning. You want more? Do you want a snack? Purr into the mic. It's funny. Nice. Yeah, that's good. How does that feel good? Do you like how the mic feels on your face? Right. All right. All right. Look down. Okay. Let's get this rocket going. Shush. Shush you. 2, 3. Staging checks. And launch. What is Mattdorf doing? Oh my goodness. Mattdorf. Revert to vehicle assembly. Somebody snuck on board when he wasn't supposed to. Where are you? What are you doing? Crew. No crew, please. All right. Launch. We got ourselves a stowaway Kerbal trying to get to the moon. Mattdorf wants his turn. He'll get his chance. He'll get his chance. Don't worry. I want to keep all my astronauts at relatively the same skill level so that if we were to lose one of our core 3, we've got guys waiting in the wings that'll be good for other missions. Okay. Throttle up, SAS on, launch. Now, this has a slightly faster ascent because we're using these larger engines, but it still takes a lot of force to get them up. So our thrust weight ratio is still pretty low. We do have the option for prograde with the better probe core, which is nice. But I'm going to wait until we're going a little faster before we roll to prograde. About now. Looking good so far. So far, so good. Throttling down. And there's a lot of fuel in these fuel tanks, which makes it easier to really push it out. Korolev cross away. There go the boosters. And I do like those boosters for those fuel tanks. For having the built-in boosters, that's very convenient. I just realized that we have the fairing on its... not on its own stage. So we're going to put it on its own stage because we are out of atmosphere now. We'll deploy that. And this will get us into orbit easily. Maybe I should have used this as my initial rocket for this mission. Because I would have had a lot more... a lot more fuel, a lot more power to work with here. Okay, that's orbit. Set as target. Add. Wait for comms. 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 Alright, we got comms, but since we're already at the point where I would start my burn, I'm just going to start my burn. We're doing it manually. I put an antenna on this, didn't I? No! Oh, I forgot the antenna! Why would you guys let me forget the antenna? No! It's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault I forgot the antenna. Real quick, real quick, real quick. We don't need anything complicated. Just the regular old Communitron right there. That's all it takes. Okay. Okay. Start over. Same deal. I'm gonna do this whole thing on 2 times. Go up to 3. Just make it a little faster. It is actually very stable. Having lots of gimbaled engines gives you a lot of control, which makes your rockets a little bit more stable inherently. Alright, let's slow down for the Corliv Cross, because it's pretty to look at in slow speed. Okay, slow down a little bit as we ascend. Ditch that. Periapsis is coming up. Orbit's achieved. 464. Not quite as efficient as that last mission, but whatever. And we're going to be out of comms again. That's fine, though. We're just going to go ahead and do it manually, like I said. So max thrust, we're getting about 1.5 thrust to weight ratio on that Bobcat engine. And then after that, we shift up to the Cheetah, which will give us a 0.6 thrust to weight ratio, but a lot of ISP. Much better ISP. So better specific impulse, more efficient in vacuum than the Bobcat. Bobcat's a good hybrid engine. So it's good for that first stage or core stage. But the Cheetah is a pure vacuum engine with that massive bell. Alright, we're pushing up. We're getting close now. This stage will have all the Delta V I need to get right into whatever orbit I want. And then my landing stage will have more than enough to land and return. Alright, we're going to throttle down, so that's our closest point of approach. Let's take a look at Moon Periapsis now. Looks like I'm going to come over the top. That's pretty good for a CPA. Alright, time warp out. Add a maneuver here. What do you mean I'm control locked? Oh my goodness, no! I'm a fool. I'm a fool. You know what that thing's missing? Power. It's missing power. There's no solar panels on it. Ah! Ah! I've done it again, chat. I have cucked myself. This is starting to hurt physically, emotionally. Back to the drawing board. Now we're wasting money. Now we're actually wasting money. That rocket's a bust. What? What? Are you hungry? All right, let me go check on this guy's food bowl real quick. Come on, let's go. You have food? Hey, other one. How are you doing? Oh. All right. Turns out she did want some more food. So we got that taken care of. Now she's happy. Let's see. Solar panels. Let's just do the basic ones. We'll do a couple. That's enough. Okie dokie. Off we go again. Off we go again to try this. Maybe it'll work this time. Maybe. Maybe it will. Who knows? Throttle up. SAS engaged. Light the engines. At 3 times speed this time. Wait a little bit longer. Go prograde. Looking good. Okay. All right, that's orbit. Full speed ahead. And we've got electricity generation, so that won't be an issue anymore. And we've got an antenna, so that won't be an issue anymore. All right, the rocket is ready to go. Main engine cut off. Second stage is burning. I can't time accelerate through these burns, unfortunately. There's no physics time acceleration in space, which is silly, because I can do 4x time acceleration in atmosphere. Okay, almost there, almost there. There goes that lunar rescue mission off, wasting my time and everyone else's. Let's real quick set his target so I can get target data on it. There we go. Like minimum thrust here. There we go. All right. So we are en route. We've got solar panels. We've got communication. We should be good to go. We'll just watch as the spacecraft leaves. Okay, we can time warp a little faster here. Still got comms, still got comms, still got comms. Looking good, looking good. Let's go ahead and plan a burn here to bring us into orbit. And we'll warp to that burn. We got another 11 science points from surface deployed mystery goo analyzers, which is nice. It's a nice touch, nice addition. Okay, here we go. Oh, and we're actually right over the top, basically right over the top of our friends. Okay. Do this manually. I'm going to point north a little bit here. There we go. Now let's just go retro. Oh, I'm burning prograde. Whoopsies. Well, that's a little bit of a waste of fuel. It's a big waste of fuel. Let's burn retrograde here. There we go. There we go. Now we're being captured in orbit. Okay. It's fine. We still have 2550 meters per second delta V in that lander stage, which will be more than enough to recover the team. Okay, we're captured. Now I'm going to keep this retrograde burn up, because I'm going to just go straight for the landing here. Because we've got sunlight, we've got comms, and they're right in front of us. I'm going to push, I'm kind of angling to the north a little bit. Okay. We'll let time accelerate a little bit until we get closer to the landing site. And then burn for a little longer. This is just a lateral burn. I'm going to leave some of my downward velocity here. Okay, now we're getting real close. Let's burn to kill velocity. I'm aiming to kill all of my lateral and a little bit of my vertical here. I want to get my target on or just past the landing zone here. Okay, now we're going to shed that. Go retrograde. And I'm using my engines to put my retrograde vector on the target vector. Good, and that collided a safe distance, a couple kilometers away, because I didn't want the potential risk of like a collision or dropping that stage on the lander. That'd be bad. Oh, hold on. We lost control for a second there. Let's get it back. There we go. Still in control of the lander. We're going to go stability assist. I'm trying to get it nice and close. So I'm just trying to keep my retrograde vector on the target vector. Like that. Okay, that should be about close enough. Let's just hold retrograde. Nice slow descent. And touchdown. Safe landing. Might have dinged the bell a little bit, but nothing too concerning. All right, so we can now take our crew over to the recovery team. Hello, welcome back. We are conducting operations on the surface of the moon for the advancement of Kerbal science everywhere. We're doing it rather awkwardly. we've had a couple of setbacks, but nothing we can't recover from. We haven't lost anyone yet, but we did have to mount a rescue mission. So maybe not the best mission I've planned, but it's all well that ends well, I say. Come on. Come on. Get up there. Get up there. You can do it. Come on. Come on. Get up there. Does this game work on phone too? Kerbal Space Program? No. So, Kerbal Space Program is kind of the original space simulator game, right? And because of that, there were a lot of lessons learned that the developers of this game kind of made, and it's actually a pretty inefficient game when it comes to its code. Like it's a mess code wise. Because of that, games that have preceded it, like Juno New Origins, Space Agency, or Kitten Space Agency, which is the new one that's coming out that's getting a lot of hype, they have cleaned up a lot of the code and a lot of the methods that the developers of KSP kind of pioneered, I guess is the way to say it. And this isn't 100% like truth. This is kind of my take on it, my understanding of it. So, you know, I might be a little wrong, but generally that's kind of what happened. Because of that, Kerbal Space Program is a pretty hefty game as far as file size goes. And it's not optimized. But it is still a lot of fun. And there are some differences in things that KSP does that no one else has done, that I think still let it stand out amongst the crowd. All right, so we've got all the science. Let's review everything we have. 72, 12, 19. Yeah, we've got quite a bit of science on board this thing. Let's retract the lander. Throttle up all the way, and we're going to go east. We're going to push this into orbit. So this is our orbital burn right here. Let's retract the landing gear. And there we go. All right, so our 3 Kerbals, all of our science, are on board the rescue lander. Is this the moon? Yes, this is the moon. So Kerbin is the main planet. If you've played Juno New Origins and you're new to KSP, Kerbin is Drew. It has the Mun. Mun. It's kind of spelled funny. And then Minmus, which is this teeny tiny little moon over here. Right there. We are on the moon. The Mun. We're coming back to Kerbin. So let's grab a vector here, add a maneuver. This will be our return burn. Let's put that right there. There we go. All right, warp to that. 13-second burn, 266 meters per second on board the rescue lander. And here we are all lined up for it. Let's just give it a couple more seconds until we're there. And we're there. It is very similar. Juno New Origins is inspired by this game. This game came first. This is the original. So if you have played J&O a lot, then you'll be familiar with KSP. Okay, that was near perfect. We still have 1,000 meters per second of delta V to work with. Our crew is on the return voyage now. Okay, let's warp till about now. We waited a little long for that, so I'm going to try and burn as much fuel as I can here and decelerate us. And then we'll detach our lower stage. But we will come down over the ocean, which is good. How many more seconds? 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Separate. Lock retrograde for now. We'll time accelerate into it. So there goes the service module. Our 3 Kerbins, or 3 Kerbals, are on board. Here come the re-entry heating effects. But our parachutes, our control module, all that is protected, so it won't get too hot. And here we go, back through the atmosphere. Starting to pick up some real G's here. 1 G. It's climbing 2 Gs. 2.5, almost 3 Gs of deceleration. $8,000 meters up and falling. 4, 3, 2. Parachutes are deployed. Parachutes open. And we are coming down nice and steady at 7.4 meters per second. Beautiful re-entry. Our team is safe and sound inside the pod. We can actually go first person and look at them in here. We got ourselves a little fire extinguisher. Some canisters of stuff. And if we look outside, that's the ocean. Because we are splashed down. All right, let's recover the vessel. A successful recovery, successful landing of our Kerbals back on the planet. We don't have to worry about them dying alone from asphyxiation on the moon, which is good. It's good. We don't want that to happen. All right, let's get back to the Space Center and see what kind of science we've unlocked. We did get quite a bit from that. 360 science, excellent. And we have not leveled anyone up, but everyone has gained a little bit of experience from the landing, which is awesome. Mission control. This one will happen over time. We've collected 10 of the 50% required. That's fine. Science data from the surface of Minmus will accept. Science data from space around Kerbin will accept. Build a new orbital station around Kerbin. We could do this. We'll do PolarSat instead for now. So science data, PolarSat. Anything else? That's about it. There is a flight mission we could do. We haven't done a lot with our airplanes, so we could go back and do that. We do have the heavy lifters. We've already unlocked that. We have large volume containment, which gives us some of the big fuel tanks. Like the Kerbodynes, these big guys up here. But I think we'll hold off. Specialized construction gives us a couple of things. The big service bay, the radial attachment point, structural tubes, grip strips, nose cones, cables, which are all nice, but we're not going to use those for now. We could unlock some aerodynamics. I think we will. This also gives us the 2.5 shell, so I think we need that, really, to move on with some of the stuff we're doing. And that's kind of it as far as science we can do right this second. Supersonic flight would be tempting, because we could start working our way towards making a space plane. But for now, let's go knock out a couple more of these continuing operations contracts, COCs. So we have PolarSat 2 in an adjusted orbit. So where's PolarSat? That's CurbSat. That's PolarSat 1. That's PolarSat 2. Let's fly PolarSat 2 and see what orbit it wants me to take it to. We have quite a bit of fuel still on this guy, so we should be able to get it to just about any orbit within reason. A flip, like a whole 180 would be out of range, probably, but we could do some pretty serious plane changes or increase, decrease our inclination relatively easily. Oh, no, I was wrong. It doesn't have any fuel on board. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Well, we can log temperature and transmit it, because that at least gets that done. Well, bollocks. We'll have to cancel that contract. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought it had fuel. It doesn't. Neither PolarSat has fuel on board. It's an older generation of satellites we've launched. We'll do the other contract that gets us science off the surface of Minmus, I think, because we have a lander there that is available. Go back to the tracking station. Science data from surface of Minmus. Yep. So we've got Minmus over here. And we have indeed a probe, the Minmus Voyager. So let's go ahead and control him. And we'll transmit off a data package to satisfy that contract. Which will be a very easy contract. You just boop, send it off. Once it loads, it will take a second, but that's okay. So here's our Minmus lander. We are in shadow. Let me log temperature. Transmit, and we're done. So we're going to run out of comms with that guy eventually, but we'll be fine for a second. All right, Space Center. We'll cancel that other contract because we're not going to be able to do it. But we can design a new plane because we've unlocked the next step in aerodynamics. So that's what I want to do now. That will let us do some higher altitude, higher performance flights. Okay, let's go here. Position PolarSat to an adjusted orbit. Cancel the contract. Sorry, can't do it. Moonsat 2, we can adjust their orbit. Flyby of Eve. It's tempting. It's very tempting. Ferry 5 tourists. Land on the moon. Orbit Minmus. Fly by the moon. Holy cow. No. And no to that one as well. Build a new station around Kerbin is tempting. Because I want to build the orbital research platform. I think we have what we need to do that. So we're going to go accept that. And then observational surveys. I want to check the tracking station to see where those survey locations are, because that might be a long flight. But they're all below a certain altitude, and we can absolutely get there. It's just a matter of patience. So they're way out there, all right. Okay. We could do it. How much does it pay, though? Because that's going to take a decent chunk of time. Just in flying, that'll take some time. Let's go back to the contract. Not terrible. 60,000 in advance. 15,000 total plus the 32. Yeah, I guess we'll take it. We need the money, and it's safe. It's a safe mission. Let's go to our spaceplane hangar, and let's build our new plane. Since we're going to be doing this. We can also, since we're building this plane, we've got the new landing gear, which will be better. We can also deploy science in the field. And we can make this a larger plane, potentially. With a little bit more fuel capacity to really get out there. So, inline cockpit is an option, or we can go with the Mark 1 again. Here's my thought. We go Mark 1 with the Mark 1 crew cabin. And we include the SEQ-9 container module. Now, we do some structural work with the structural fuselage. And then we go aero, Tail connector B, which is better. B for better. So this is our kind of start of the plane. Let's buy these. Not that one. Okay. So that's a wing. Actually, we'll change this up a little bit. Really long wings, because what I'm going to do is we're going to scoot these up and over, up and over. There we go. Okay, now, hear me out. Fuel tank. Mark 1 liquid fuel tank. And then we go engines. The Weasley is this guy. And then arrow again for the circular intake right here. Okay. So that's our jet engine setup. Now we can do the tail fin. I have the option, I think we'll do 1 vertical in the very back, and then we'll do 2 to the sides. And we'll rotate them kind of into a better alignment. Like that? Okay. Now this one will be not pitch, not roll, just yaw. This one will be not yaw, not roll, just pitch. And then we'll put the elevons on the wings themselves. And these will be just roll. There we go. So we've got fuel. We've got the wings themselves. The engines, the intakes, all that looks good. Let's go to landing gear, our ground. We're going to use the LY10 small landing gear. So look, center of mass, center of lift. Looks good for the most part, but we can probably scoot these back. Forward, back. We'll see how she flies. She might be too aerodynamically stable. We'll see. That's my concept for the plane, right? Basically. Communications-wise, we'll put a Communitron on top. Right there. And I'll rotate it to be in line with the fuselage. There we go. Science. Always worth bringing some science along on these kind of missions. We'll bring the thermometer and the pressure detector. I'm not going to bring anything else, just those two. But we will bring an experimental storage unit, and I'm going to put this way in the back to help shift our weight a little bit. Let's just poke this out just a little bit. There we go. Good. Let's reconfigure this slightly. Take that off. Take that off. Take that off. Put that there. Put that there. Put that there. Okay. So we can put a little bit more weight in the back because we're going to go cargo. I'm going to put the monitor, experiment control station, weather analyzer, and 2 solar panels. We'll take the EVA experiments, and I'll take a full stack of repair kits. There we go. And then we'll shift some weight back. I guess we can shift these forward a little bit. Okay. And that's kind of it as far as this plane goes for design. It's pretty simple, but it should be pretty effective. Let's go to our crew. We're just going to have Jeb flying for now. We call this the KSP Science Plane. Survey plane. We call it the survey plane, yeah. Save. Because it's good. It does give off survey plane vibes, you know? It's got the communication hardware. I don't think there's anything else really I want on this. Oh, some lights would be good probably. Let's do wingtip lights. And nose lights. There we go. That's about it, I think. Can hold up to 3. Save it. Oh, man. Okay, hold on. Save and leave. I need to upgrade the hangar. I think we have enough money to upgrade the hangar, so we're just going to go ahead and do that. I forgot we can't have anything over 30 parts in the hangar right now, because we're still using the beginner hangar. But we do have plenty of money, so let's upgrade it. Now we can support a larger airplane. More complex in-atmosphere missions. That's what we're hoping to achieve here. And you know what? We'll take all 3 up. And if the plane crashes, we can just revert. But as long as it's stable, and I'm betting it will be stable, we should be fine. For our maiden flight. So let's bring Mattdorf and Bob. We'll save Bill. Bill took that last mission pretty hard. He's a little shaken up still, a little tired. He just needs a break from the chaos. So we're gonna leave him behind for this flight. Instead, it's going to be Jebediah, rock steady, always ready for another mission. Bob, who is cool and calm under pressure and doesn't let things faze him. And Mattdorf, who is new and untested still, but he has been around the block a couple of times, so he knows what's up. He knows what he's doing. Okay. SAS on, throttle up, engines are on. Go ahead and turn the lights on. Looking good so far. We can take a look inside the cockpit. There's our crew. 2 in the back, 1 in the front. And we will take off. Alright, retract the gear. Roll authority is a little light, but these engines absolutely have the power, which is pretty good. Okay, so let's activate navigation and start making our way over towards our destination out there. Jeb's getting a feel for the new plane as it handles. It's got a lot of thrust behind it. Let's power down even farther. Let's try and gain some altitude. So push the engines to a steep climb. Oh yeah, these turbofan engines, they really know what they're doing. Now, do I have thrust reversers on these? I can reverse thrust. Nice. Well, that's convenient. We are still accelerating as we climb here. Electric charge is fine. With the engines running, we can generate as much electricity as we need, basically. We are burning through a little bit of fuel here, but as we climb up to higher altitudes, we'll gain some efficiency. And there we go. We should be in a nice, stable flight. We are almost supersonic. We'd be supersonic at sea level, but at this altitude, I don't think it actually counts as supersonic. Okay, we're definitely supersonic now. Alright, let's get into a nice cruise configuration here. Okay, so we've covered a decent clip already, but it's going to be a little bit longer before we reach our actual destination. I don't think 4 times time acceleration is going to support keeping our attitude up. Really wants to keep pitching down. Come on, come on. Hold it. Hold that altitude. Can you hold it? Looks like he's just... We're slowly descending, but he's just holding it. Give him a little bit more juice. Yeah, now he's pitching up slightly. Okay, okay. Okay, so pros, this is very stable. This is a very stable flight configuration. Even under time acceleration, it has no trouble. And we're getting a very high fuel efficiency in this high, kind of mid-stratosphere flight, which is great. So we're going to be flying for a little bit. And now that I've got it nice and stable, I'm going to step away briefly. When we come back, we should be near those test locations. Once we are there, my thought is we can try and find a landing zone somewhere. Or we push north and land at the North Pole, depending on our fuel. But we'll get to our mission destination first, and then see what we can support as far as landing zone-wise. We'll definitely have enough fuel to get to the mission destination. We've used maybe 10% of our fuel. A little over an eighth. 3/16 of our fuel. And we're probably about a quarter of the way there. So we'll definitely have the fuel to make it. We'll see what our options are after we get there. All of these need to be below 18 kilometers, which is well within our range, obviously. Because we're sitting at 10 pretty steady. And, yeah, we'll go from there. So I will be back shortly, and we'll see what comes next. In the meantime, you can watch from the cockpit view of Jebediah as we fly along.
Heyo, and the plane decided all of a sudden that it was going to dive. So after a quick emergency exit from that uncontrolled dive, we are back on track. Hopefully it stays on track. I'm going to have to monitor this a little bit more closely. All right, we are in the first zone. Wait. Thought we did it, though. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let's get off time acceleration and turn around. I don't know why it didn't give it to me there. It should have. Entering zone. Crew report. There we go. Alright, keep. Collect all. That's fine. Alright, let's turn back around. Navigate to the next zone. Crew report. Reset. And then the last zone's right here. Crew report. Keep that one. Alright. We've completed all the science. We have half a fuel tank remaining. I said we brake for the North Pole. So we're going to turn, brake north. And let the plane kind of fly itself from there. Drop down, pick up some airspeed as we descend a little bit. And pull up. There we go. All right, and we'll set it, let it run for the north. Hello. Jamal, welcome. Sorry, I'm keeping myself muted in between talking because I'm trying to get some snacks in my body. We've been at this for 6 hours and I'm getting a little hungry, you know? So, don't mind me. If you can't hear me, it's because I am snacking. Nice. We're going down now. Okay. Let's pull up. Up. There we go. Every time I switch to the first-person view, my plane wants to take a nosedive. That's fun. We are expeditioning to the North Pole. We're getting close. We're running a little low on fuel, but I think we have enough to make it. So I'm not super concerned. And then we have all the equipment we need to set up a science base up there. So it should be a good source of science. Some recurring science. We have a science base on Minmus, and we have a science base on the moon. Both are starting to trickle in observations and give us a little background science, but having an actual base on Kerbin is a relatively cheap mission to do, since you just have to fly over there. This is our new surveillance plane, or KSP survey plane, using the retractable landing gear, which is nice. Can hold 3, crew of 3 with the pilot, and then 2 passengers. This is empty fuselage, and then we've got the storage bay in the back here. And storage bay, and then the tail cone section. What's interesting, actually, is you can see that the force, the down force from the back of the plane here, is actually causing this to bend a little bit. So I might need to get some struts on future designs of this to keep that from bending out of shape. But it's not going to break or anything. I'm not too worried about it. And we have an experiment module back here. So I can do stuff like log pressure and temperature data. And then collect it over here. So, that's the gist of it. Gist of what's going on right now. And pretty soon we'll land and take some surface samples, do a crew report, all that jazz. We'll do that up here. We have 121 science in our bank account right now, and I need like 300. I need 160 minimum to buy anything, and 300 for like the stuff I want. So we need to save up some science here. Okay, we are at the pole. I'm going to come down, bring us down to about half throttle. Lower our gear. All right, now we're just coming in for a nice, gentle landing. That's the goal. Nice controlled glide slope. So far, so good. Everything looks to be about nominal. We're 190 meters up. Slowly descending. Oh, come on. Come on. Just, oh, yeah, just Oh, yeah. Nice and gentle, nice and gentle, nice and gentle. And just touch the ground. And okay, fine. Fine. F you, game. Revert to spaceplane hangar an hour ago. Ah! Ah! Shit's fucking retarded. Oh my goodness. Like, why did that need to happen? Why did that need to happen at all? Okay. Okay, game. I get it. I get it. You don't like me. It's fine. All right. Let's add some structural supports here. Since we're here. Okay. That's fine for now. We're going to save this. I'm not going to launch this again. Not right now. I'll do that off stream. That shit just takes so fucking long. It's boring. Ah! Ah! We're going to do the other contract we have. Build a new orbital station, because that's at least going to be interesting. Right? We can build a big old rocket. Big old rocket time. See, this is why when I did the hard mode for this, I chose to allow to revert, because you can just, stuff like that'll happen where you're like coming in for a landing, super slow, super gentle, and then the whole plane just decides, no, I'm going to explode. Not reduced to atoms, not a single piece remaining. Because why would there be any pieces remaining, you know? You know what I'm saying? So for this contract, we got to put a pretty freaking huge station in orbit. Docking port and antenna can generate power. Station must be fully assembled when launched. Have facilities supporting at least 6 Kerbals. 6 Kerbals is a lot of Kerbals, right? Now, my science lab can support 2. And this crew cupola can support 1. So that's 3. I need 3 more. And there's not really a good way to get 3 more. Unless you just stack landing cans. Because what it wants me to do, what it really wants me to do, and I might do these 2 as separate stations because of the way this is asking for it, but it wants me to use the hitchhiker storage module, which holds 4. Well, even that doesn't work. Okay. But, like, this is a huge station. How much does this weigh? 6.892 tons. So we need something that'll get probably 7 tons total once it's all said and done, because I haven't even added all the services that need to be on this to make it work, right? We're going to need solar panels. We'll add those here. And I'm going to scale these up. We're going to need docking ports. So we'll add docking port right there. It's going to need an antenna, of course. And we can accomplish that with a relay antenna. I like how the relay antenna looks. And it also will help us bounce signals. And then, so we'll have the relay antenna, but we'll also just have a regular dipole antenna as a backup. And it just needs to get to orbit, like generic orbit. Any orbit will do, right? Let's add a thermometer. Thermometer, pressure detector, and we'll add a goo canister. So these will be our science projects we can roll. How much does this weigh? 0.05 tons. How does that look? It's not terrible. Not terrible looking stations. We've got heat management. We've got electricity. We need some batteries. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to transmit anything that we get. We can do that. We can actually hide a battery right here. Okay, hide's the wrong word. We can place a battery right here, though. And it makes for a convenient place to put it, and that'll hold enough electricity to do all the transmission work we need. Other than that, I don't think we need a ton of other things. Some command and control would be good. And we're going to go with the big block ones. We're going to put 2 here. I'm going to put 4 there, 4 there. So that's our RCS system, and then we'll need a fuel tank. That's the big one. Okay. I think that'll work as far as monopropellant tanks go. So we've got a bunch of monopropellant tanks on the bottom. All the navigation systems, communication systems, electronic systems, control systems. That's about all we need, really. We will add, because we're being smart cookies, storage. There we go. So we'll add some storage containers down here. And this will allow us to put some repair equipment, spare parts, that kind of stuff. We're going to load into this. So if we go over to cargo, the big thing we want is the... Oh, never mind. This is a storage container. We can store so much in here. Okay. We can store a bunch of repair kits. $12's probably enough. Let's store an additional relay, an additional communitron, and then additional solar panels. Those are the things that are most likely to break. A little bit of everything, honestly. We can also store some more thermal gear. There we go. All right, so that's good on storage. Let's retract everything. So that's the station, and it weighs 10 tons. So we need to get something... We need to get 10 tons into orbit. How are we going to do that? Well, we're going to do that with a big rocket. Big rocket time. So, coupling. 2.5 diameter stack decoupler. Followed by payload, the 2.5 meter fairing. Oh, we're not going to be able to afford to launch this rocket, are we? I just realized we're low on funds. Because of course we are. Clamshell deployed, 2 sides, a little bit more ejection force. That should do. Well, we'll design it, and then we'll come up with something to make some money. But for the design, here's my idea. 2 big old fuel tanks. Gonna make them orange, because I like the color orange for these. And then we have the skipper. We also have the Dionysus. I think we're going to go with the skipper for this. Now we go click. Right there. Coupling. Aerodynamics. $87,000. And I don't even know if this would take off. It won't. Ha! All right. Engines. We do have the kickback. Let's slap an SRB on it and see if that does it. That gets us a 1-to-1 thrust weight ratio. That gets us barely off the ground. Okay, so here's the other option, right? Here's the other option. Let's drop this. Let's take this. Let's drop this. Let's go here, right? Now, I have 2-way symmetry on these, right? Let's go the other way with it. That gets us off the ground. And we could bring the thrust limiter on this a little bit. We still can't afford this rocket, though. And no shot is this just getting into the atmosphere. That's the problem with this, is the lab is so heavy. It's heavy. It's a heavy thing to launch. All right. New plan. We drop all of that. We drop all of that. We drop everything extra that I added to this. We needed a cupola, an antenna. Like, we're just building a bare bones space station. No scientific equipment, no fancy communications equipment. It gets a... We'll give it a nice radio. We'll give it the high gain antenna. Sure. We can put it right there. And then for electrical, it can just get the regular solar panels right there. And then pods. Let's just do the lander can. Like that. Move this slightly. There you go. Open doors for electrical. Slap a couple of batteries in there. Close the doors, call it good. Right? What else does it need? Viewing cupola, space for at least 6 Kerbals. It should. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's got a docking port. Antenna can generate power. Yeah. This is a valid satellite. But once it's up, it stays where it is. Right? It's very basic like that. Let's edit the fairing. This will get to orbit. I'm confident this would get to orbit now. It's just stupid. Takes all the fun out of it, you know? Alright, we'll call it the KSP Space Station. Just something generic for now. Save. Leave the facility. I'm going to try and end this on a high note by launching this space station, and then we'll end the stream. But we can't afford to launch the space station yet because we're all poor and out of money. This moonsat in adjusted orbit. We can do that for quick cash. Yeah, let's do that. So we're going to do some quick cash by taking moonsat 2 and tweaking the orbit a little bit. And then we can just warp time forward until we observe all the goo that we need to on the moon. Right? Like, we can do that. Alright, this satellite, moonsat 2, fly. Need to adjust your orbit there, buddy. You're not where we need you to be anymore. Should be a relatively easy adjustment, though. Alright, that's our sat. We're approaching the descending node now. So I want to burn anti-normal. Yes. That should be it, right? Quick and easy. Yeah, quick and easy. Back to the Space Center we go. Now we can afford to launch the space station. And it's going to cost us $65,000 to launch. But how much is it going to pay? So, not a huge margin for profit, but a margin for profit. We'll make money. This is not a loss. That's fine. I need the money. Okay, let's open the space station. Where is it? Space station. Load. Let me edit the fairing real quick. This fairing looks ridiculous. It's a little better. 68,000 out of 72,000. We'll have 4,000 left. So let's get this right. Get it up there. It's very small margin for error, but that's okay. All right, SAS on. Boosters ready. 3, 2, 1. Launch. This rocket, man. This rocket, man. Jebediah is on the station. Well, I guess that's fine. He can go up. We'll have to get him back eventually. No, actually, no. No! Jeb, stop getting in rockets that I don't want you in rockets. These Kerbals, man, they will just sneak on board any ship if you let them. That actually reminds me, I need to make this unmanned or controllable without a Kerbal. Which is something I didn't or hadn't done. Okay. Crew. No crew. Launch. All right. Here we go. Here we go for realsies this time, people. Here we go for real, for real. Three, two, one. Launch. And we're up. So far, so good. Pitching over. And I'm going to keep the thrust high on this core stage because I do want to bleed off fuel here. I want to be lighter. Otherwise, I won't have the thrust-to-weight ratio to keep going. I can see my thrust-to-weight ratio here is 0.99. Now it's 1, which is good. It's good because 1 is like the minimum. Okay, we'll go prograde. Start throttling down. Try and pitch over without losing control. These kickback boosters run for a long time when you turn their thrust down. Oh, thank goodness. I was like, don't collide, don't collide, don't collide, don't collide. But it didn't. Oh, it collided, but it didn't break anything, so it's okay. Alright, we are now just on the Skipper main engine down here. This RE I-5 Skipper. Big ol' engine. We are climbing up. I've got a thrust rate ratio now of 1. We're going to get to 100 kilometers up. That's the target. Let's lock on SAS. I'm going to get a nice circular orbit of about 100. Actually going to point down a little bit. Okay, so I'm burning slightly down to keep my apoapsis from increasing past 100. That's the goal. I don't want to have to do a third burn here. But I want to get closer to orbital velocity beforehand. go ahead and extend the antenna. And extend our solar panels while we're here. Okay, it's climbing up now. Alright, we're going to lock prograde and just throttle way down here. Do one more kind of cruise, coast up. Okay, that's very close to 100,000 meters. Only 12 meters off, which is pretty good. And what's nice is now that I have the satellite constellation, I can maintain control of the station. Okay. I think that's as good as it's going to get. So that's the station. I do have attitude control over it. But it's just a very basic station. We'll rename the vessel. So this is going to be... one, let's make it a station. We'll call it Alpha Station. Something generic. There we go. Accept. So Alpha Station is now in orbit. And we've completed that contract, which means we've got money again. We've got the money. All right, let's go see if there's anything else we can do before we close the stream to just get a little bit more dough in our pockets. We can always, to make more money, and we can do this. I might do this off the stream, just launch a couple of rockets with satellites. Or at the beginning of the next stream, do a couple of rocket launches where we just put, you know, a handful of regular launch satellite to X position missions. They're relatively easy, but they pay well. Can't do that. But like position satellite in a specific orbit of Minmus pays 130,000, 135,000 easy. Geostationary 146,000. Science data from the surface of the moon. This is what I'm talking about. Science data from the surface of the moon. We can do that. Not going to touch that yet. Pays good. Pays really good, but it's going to be hard. Test the REJ-10 Wolfhound liquid engine landed at Kerbin. Okay, well, we can do that too. Let's go to the launch pad. Or go to the vehicle assembly building. We'll do this engine test. You can easily do an engine test. Once the vehicle assembly building loads. There we go. All right. Save that new. Pop the good old-fashioned Probodyne on this one. All right, so we need to test the Wolfhound engine. How big is that? Where is that? Here it is. REJ-10 Wolfhound. Nice. All right, let's throw a very small fuel tank on it. That's our Wolfhound. And then structural. I'm going to purchase this. Test stand. Boom. That's it, right? We just need to test this on the stand. Let's take it out to the launch pad. So we'll run this engine test real quick. This will be fast. The Fast and the Furious. Goal is pretty simple. Just turn the engine on. Run it for a second. Turn the engine off. Test complete. Soon as it loads. Any second now. Stand by. Here we go. All right. Kerbin landed. Engine test completed. Sat. Recover vessel. Done. Done and done. Quick and easy mission. And that puts like another 13,000 in our pocket. Again, we're low on cash from all the upgrades to our base, to the space center. So we need to recoup some of those losses. We'll do the data from the surface of the moon. That one will be easy. And then we'll call it good. We'll call the stream complete. Next live stream, we're going to push for building our orbital laboratory. That'll be the big push. And you can actually see there's still some smoke leaving the launch pad there. Interesting game choice from them to have the menu be in the real world. It's cool for immersion. It's bad for performance. You know. Science data from the surface of the moon. All right. Moon. We happen to have a probe. Mooner 1 right there. And we could just keep doing these contracts. Every time they come across, we do them because they're free. It's just free money, right? All the effort's already been put in. The hardware is out there in the field. Someone is just paying us to use it. So you got to think like the mission that we flew to get science data from the surface of the moon at the very beginning paid out a pretty good amount up front. So there was some upfront costs and some upfront return. But now, over time, that thing is starting to build up more and more value in our return because we can continue to come to it. This is like the third or fourth time we've done this. I can come up to it. I can select this thermometer, log temperature, bounce that signal back to Kerbin. Boom, complete. And that brings us up to 144. So another 30,000. That's how we're going to beat this challenge, right? Because the difficulty is set all the way up, the way we beat this challenge is by building infrastructure and then utilizing that to make more money. See if there's another free mission like that where it's just transmit data or receive data from place, then we'll do that. Otherwise, I think we'll end the stream here. But we'll check mission control first. Check in with them before we leave. Atmospheric surveys, no. No. We do have an option to rescue debris Kerbin. I think we will do that. It expires in 3 days, but another Kerbin, Kerbal on our roster would be important. Let's reject that. Build another polar satellite. That would be a good one to do as well. Adjust the orbit of Moonsat 2. Yeah, we could do that. We'll accept this. I'm going to accept that. And we'll accept these contracts. So we'll launch a bunch of satellites. We're going to launch a bunch of satellites. But we'll do that in the next stream. So as it stands right now, we have made some pretty major progress in upgrading our base. We've got level 2 runway, level 3 launch pad, level 2 VAB, level 2 space hangar, level 2, level 2, level 2, level 2. So this is level 3. Everything else is level 2. This is still level 1. And we're still doing the fundraising campaign. Research rights. I wonder if there's a way we can sell some of our science, but just straight up sell our science. But the funds is just not very good, so we'll leave it be. All right, well, thank you guys for tuning in to this live stream. I hope to see you in future live streams on the channel. Until then, I hope you all take care. Have great rest of your days, nights, weekends, wherever you may be, and I will see you in the future. Bye, everyone.